sounds like it's pretty bad. I was weighing the pros and cons of like getting new streaming software and sticking it out until this resolved itself like it did last time. But if I sound unbearable, please let me know now. My sound test was definitely subpar quality, but tolerable. So if it's worse on your end, you better let me know ASAP. Thank you. I'm gonna roll some ads. Why not? I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Okay, so I do plan on doing tarot tonight. Last night I forgot that I've had this deck sitting out because my last stream before I was out for a week, 428, I left 3 piles out and they weren't pulled, but the idea was that the top 3 cards I was gonna just pick a number, um, have someone else pick a number and just read that many cards in each pile. Totally forgot I was going to do that last night. But it's been sitting here. So I want to get to that tonight. I'm going to give some people time. I'm going to give people some time. Damn, I'm in that point of my week, huh? My brain's turning into. Doesn't matter. Harder to focus. That's why I have the headphones because sometimes it makes it easier to focus if I'm blocking out the other sound, or I have intervals of sound that are timed to an extent where it's like, okay, it's been 5 minutes. Have I talked about something for too long? Am I still on the same point? Have I forgotten what I was doing and saying? It only works sometimes. Sometimes it's more distracting. We'll see how it goes. This song, though, Wake Up Sleepyhead, it's like the end of La La Land by Wax Bang. Some album from like 2008. It's like All I Know by Wax Bang. I really like it though. I really like the whole album. And I realized, hey, did you get my email? Not to be a psycho. How's the sound, by the way? It's my sound test seemed passable on my end, but I wasn't sure how it sounded for everyone else. I'm trying to do a lower, quieter voice. Do I seem as paranoid as you'd expect an alien conspiracy theorist on the internet to be? Or can you respect that you fit a profile? Yeah, that was cool. I do plan on doing some alien cards tonight. Yeah. LOL, shut up. I don't know. No. No, 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 no. No. Never mind. I'm not going to talk about that right now. So, don't be. I was just making jokes. Thank you very much for the content. Thank you for the beats. Appreciate it. Do operate on trade a lot of times. So if anyone else ever wanted to trade their art for my art, tarot, etc., I've always been open to trades. I just have to actually know people and want what they have to accept the trade, right? But cash is always best, right? That's how the whole world, because it rules everything around me. Anyway, I'm very much in I feel like forcing myself to do a lower, slower, quieter tone so that the sound doesn't go haywire is making me bumble and mumble. Where I feel like I'm just trailing off because I'm afraid if I get too close to the mic or get too loud, it's gonna do what it did last night or what it did 10 minutes ago when I did the sound test. Yeah, I told you it probably wasn't working. I don't know why. I have I'm still working on a ton of aspects of my website because I have a lot of work to do as one individual. But I apologize. I feel like you've seen them all on here. So, whatever. Tonight we're going to do the alien deck. I don't know if it's going to be like an alien channel message or not. We're doing 3 piles. Might just be soul stuff, but higher self stuff. We'll see. I feel like I was feeling a lot better about this stream before it started, oddly enough. I don't know if there's someone on here who's feeling really anxious or shy in some way. It almost feels like for no reason, too. And of course, I'm not going to know everybody's situation, and things aren't going to apply across the board. But I do feel like if you come across the content that says the thing, then it's meant for you, right? So take it how it resonates and don't try to just assume that every bit of information on the stream is for you or one particular person. Or even in the instance of being impertinence to you, it could be about someone in your life rather than yourself, right? But just even talking more, you can see my confidence level is rising a little bit, and I feel much more in tune with what I'm doing. Whereas for the past 5 minutes, I would even say the stream didn't start that way. The past 5 minutes, I feel like I sunk back and was mumbling and felt like I shouldn't be streaming. And I'm not sure why. So I don't know if somebody is thinking about streaming or new to streaming or trying to say something or waiting for someone to say something. It's sort of this, there's some kind of shy energy going on. And the thing about shyness is that it's a very easy way to cover up secretive behavior, right? Is, oh, I'm just shy. Oh, I just got to think. Oh, I'm quiet. I'm reserved. Or you're shady, or you're silent, or you're, stonewalling, or you're whatever. It's a slippery slope. That's not to hate on like anyone with a shy personality, though. Some people really are just quiet. But then it's easier to pull those things off. It's every trait has its good and bad sides, I suppose. It's okay. I like the other 3 better anyway. I think 3 is good. Totally sufficient. I don't know how quickly I'm going to be making songs. I wanted to sit and write today because I was like, sometimes I'll start sort of like rhyming to myself. So I'm like, ooh, write this down. And then it's like, and it's like, okay, we'll just record it. And it's like, oh, even more sometimes. So 3 is good. Especially when I prefer singing anyway. But some of those are like really funky and that's very me. So I feel like your selection kind of nailed it. But yeah, I was not as successful in writing today as I wanted to be, even though I was inspired to do it. Yeah, it's very cool. I'm very, very excited. Thank you. It'll probably sound better than anything I've made by myself because it all kind of sounds underproduced, under quality, lo-fi, like it was made 30 years ago in someone else's basement or garage. But I kind of like that, keep the core of things thriving, living and thriving. I don't do too much gambling these days. So I might just jump into the tarot. I kind of like the little warm up, but I feel like the second I sat down, I honestly just wanted to open up with tarot. I thought the title of this was really funny, and I made a reference to Hounds of Love in my story. If you follow my Instagram account, you'll always know when I'm going to start streaming within like a 10-minute time frame, because sometimes it takes me a while to start after I post the link and say I'm going to start. But you can keep up with me there at ILMisstacks or at IllyMilly, right? Or you can go on my website. I don't really post updates on there, but I have a lot of miscellaneous cool content that you can find, watch, see, consume, buy. Kind of like the possibilities are endless. So, love that. Love that. Okay, fair. I don't mix. I don't know if you've heard my music currently. It's not great. I don't care. I like it. I mean, other people keep, like, every time somebody listens to it, very few people have had anything genuinely good to just say, without emphasizing its underproduction. It's like, no shit. It's not produced at all. That's the point. It's like, call it a demo, call it raw, call it vintage if you want, right? Like, the point isn't for me to flex my abilities as a producer. I far from want to do that. I want someone else to do that. I got enough going on. I'm like, no, I guess you didn't get the point then if you didn't hear my everything else I did, right? If all you are listening for is how the song is engineered, then listen, I am not an engineer. I don't. That's the fun part. That's what I like about my music, is that I do a lot of instrumental work without any instruments, or like few instruments. Hey, been a minute. I'm doing some alien stuff tonight. How are you doing? My internet's been, we switched providers midweek last week, and it just like took a second to get the new one going. Which is why I was like, oh, I'll be back later, and then I didn't come back for like 6 days. And now I've been starting so late in the night, and I don't know why. It's just like a vibe, I guess. I don't like that vibe though. I already start this stream so late. I don't need to be starting it even later. It just seems like not the move. No. 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 Neither one. No. Go listen to it. What's with the maniacal laughter? That's creepy. Okay. I like spooky music. Anyway, without you watching me, it was like I was listening to my music on shuffle, but because I've been obsessed with Hounds of Love lately, um, watching you without me was on, and I was just like sitting here like, what do I name my stream? And I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna use a song title and just flip it and reverse it, because I think it's really funny, just with how much it feels like. And I'm not even talking about my silent lurkers on here by any means. But I didn't realize, I think I brought this up on stream when it was a little more relevant in my real life, but a couple months ago, it dawned on me via talking to other people that, like, not everyone has experienced stalking, I don't know, which I thought was kind of interesting. I thought it was one of those things where, like, every woman, whatever. But I guess it's not a thing. So I thought the title, not to say it was appropriate, but I found humor in it because sometimes it does feel like, well, obviously people watch me, right? Because that's what I do. But in a non-streaming kind of way, there's just throughout my life been those stalkerish energies around me. And so I thought this was funny without you watching me rather than watching you without me. Without you watching me, guess what? I am pretty much the same person. I've come to realize I don't. It's almost like I should be faking it more on the stream rather than, being less authentic when I'm off stream. Don't you think? I wouldn't be though. There's something very vulnerable about being your true authentic self, and that's something I'm constantly preaching to people. So you got to lead by example. I'm pretty sure. Not that I'm trying to lead anybody anywhere. I think we're all just chilling. What do you mean? Like, you don't know anyone in your life with the same beliefs as you, or you don't know anyone with the same beliefs as me, or you don't know anyone else with the same beliefs about what? The life's... yeah. I mean, this lifestyle can be incredibly lonely. I think that shows in the way that I stream, in the way that I open up so easily, is because it is a very isolating experience. So when you find people, no matter who they are, really, I give everyone a chance. And I give people a few chances before I would turn anyone away, even though I've realized that I'm a lot different than I think a lot of the people that watch my stream sometimes. And I also think a lot of people don't realize who I am or what I do fully, and it's the only reason they watch my stream or know me at all. And the more people learn about me, the more they tend to find things they don't necessarily like about me, and that's okay. But it is isolating, and I would never pretend otherwise. I would never change anything about me, even if maybe I would change things about my life or change some of the decisions I've made. I would never change who I am. However, would I recommend this to anyone else? Not necessarily. Like doubling down and investing in nothing but the self. I was thinking about this. Oh yeah, exactly. Like people are like, I don't have time for that, and it's like, That's cool. I wish that it didn't consume my thoughts where I wasn't so interested in science. It's funny how you can let someone be into quantum physics, but the second it gets to be extraterrestrial, you want to tap out of the conversation. Like, you can support people doing chemistry, you can support people doing whatever the fuck, mathematics, but then you can't, hold space for someone who's interested in other aspects of science because it's what it is. It's not even conspiracy, it's science. So, yeah. No, I committed a long time ago. I committed to a lot of things a long time ago, and over the years, I've tried to shy away from them. But then I realize, like, people never forget it. And also, I find that if I'm not very loudly talking about what I do or what I believe or what I am made of, okay, if I'm not doing this stuff, then people just assume probably the worst, or that it's like I'm on drugs or something. I feel like I didn't even do drugs that long or that seriously. As much as my spiritual journey was pretty fucking hard because it was like a bigger suitcase than I thought, right? So I was like willing to unpack something, and once I started unpacking, I realized how much it was. And I called a lot of people into my life, and then I kind of had to realize that you don't need so many people. But there was just this time that I was very into the idea of everyone being connected. But the thing is, we are regardless if we connect ourselves to each other, right? And I think that's something that shifts around in my mind a lot. Is like, why? Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I think whatever I was talking about truly wasn't even relevant to anything, and that's going back to like what I was saying probably 10 minutes ago, was that this stream started off awkward and it didn't feel like I had much to say, and I think now I'm still rambling, but I'm at least speaking more eloquently and more coherently than I was 10 minutes ago when I felt that nervous anxiousness. Something about people being shy and secretive. Blah, 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 blah. Maybe after the next commercial break, ad break, we'll do some cards, but I might wait till the hour. I might just give us an hour to get all the personal stuff out. I feel like depending on where I'm at in my cycle, it influences what I choose to talk about or choose to say. Like, for example, if I'm feeling super dysphoric, I bitch a lot more and complain and call to arms and, revolution now, girl style. That kind of energy more when I'm in dysphoria. But then, when I'm in, say, creeping into euphoria, dickphoria, maybe, I tend to talk more about myself. So it's one of those things where I can tell, hey, I can tell I haven't gotten into anything. I've been basically explaining myself for 20 minutes as to why I started off the stream super awkward and have nothing to say except for about myself. But I hope that when I talk about myself and my deep and profound self-love, that it inspires other people to love themselves. Because if I can deal with me and love me, I think you can handle loving yourself. There's no way you're any worse than I am. There's no way you're any weirder than I am. There's no way that you're like any more, of a struggle than I am, or a burden. And I'm all of those things times 10. So if I can manage to love myself, then I think anybody can, right? So I hope it inspires people when I talk candidly about some of these shortcomings or self-awareness. I don't know. It's just been a non-conversation since the stream started. Of course, when we have the big pink chat box, it means we're just chatting. So if you have any questions about anything, ask them. Once we get to our little turquoise box screen, we'll be doing tarot in tonight's agenda. Tarot, we had 3 piles with the mystery deck, the last stream. before I was disconnected for a week. And I'm going to be resuming that. I also got okay, so funny. Let's talk about some funny stuff that happened today, spiritually speaking, I suppose. So I went to go put on some music, right? And I didn't have internet, so I was really excited because when I am offline, I listen to my my music downloads on YouTube Music. I love it. But I was so ready to put on something else, anything I wanted, because I finally didn't have to listen to my downloaded playlist, right? And I played one song. One song. And then the app stopped working. I played 2 songs, picked a song, and once I picked a song, the app stopped working. The song title didn't show up even though the picture was there and it played the song. Song title wasn't there. Went to see the up next part, and that was also blank. I have screenshots of this. It was just super bizarre. So I sang my heart out. I was screaming. I sounded terrible. Nothing played after it. I closed out the app. I opened it again. Fucking nothing. Literally just fucking nothing. I don't know what happened, because hours later it worked again. But I just figured in that time that it wasn't working, that it meant I should probably listen to a tarot reading because I'm not about to stream those all day long when I don't have the internet. So I hadn't really been paying any attention, and I try not to listen to them so much, but lately, when things feel a bit in between, if you will, sometimes it's almost like spirit will sit me down and say, hey, listen to something, listen to this one, listen to this, check that, look at this, look at that, like, you know. So even though there's so many things, so many physical things I want to do, I think the weather got colder, or someone's either doing bad magic, which I guess it could be me. I reckon that it could be me, or I reckon with the fact, right? That it could be me, although I couldn't think of anything I have done lately or even really ever that'd be considered bad magic necessarily, which is why I'm like, could be somebody trying to do bad magic on me, but my finger's been hurting a whole lot. My trigger finger's hurting. So it could be the weather, but it could be a warning. Now, once again, I completely accept responsibility that warning could be for me, but because I'm streaming, and I honestly, bringing it up, it's not hurting as much. It's hurt all day. Because I'm not going to explain why this is what it is, but just watch what you're doing. Don't be doing bad magic, because just don't be, right? Like, you don't want to be doing bad magic. Anyway, 2 of the readings I put on in the time my music wasn't working, they both brought up the scarab. So I was like, oh, I guess I could wear my scarab necklace. But that wasn't it. I have never pulled this out on stream. I've never used this for anything except for carrying it around in my pocket. And this. So I'm not sure why, but I knew when I heard that, or when I was going through, that I would be incorporating this into the stream tonight, but I don't know why. So we'll figure it out. It might just be part of the conversation. I've said so much tonight. Usually, if I catch myself doing that, I can stop myself because I'll think and pause. But sometimes my brain is so, gets irritating. So why don't we roll some ads, and then when I come back, we'll chill a little bit longer. I mean, like I said, I was going to kind of wait for that hour mark before we started the reading. So maybe we can, we'll just chat. If y'all have any questions, I think what I'll do is run a 3-minute ad and then try to run ads so we can get the full uninterrupted hour for when we start the cards, because I think I'm going to start them sooner than later. I don't think I'm going to wait much longer. So yeah, in 30 minutes, we're going to start tarot. But I'll just be here to chat in the meantime. So if you have any questions or any, not requests necessarily, I might do a second deck. I usually don't open with this deck, but I think I left off and they kind of are sick of me not having the energy to do them. So, gonna be that. I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. What's up, Gold Hairs? It's been a minute. You're a Leo that was dealing with a Taurus, right? I don't know why I remember that. It's funny though because all my Taurus readings are always like, "You must be dealing with a Leo. You must be dealing with a Leo," and I'm fucking not. Like I'm literally, there's a few Leos in my life, but it's mostly family. Like I'm, it's not like I'm not talking to them, but I'm also not talking to them that much where it's like not affecting me. But it makes me chuckle thinking think I've thought of you. Haven't seen you in a while, but it keeps coming up lately. I just assume it's Jerry Garcia. And then the whole thing with the orb. I'm not wearing my orb right now. Um, Never went into that. Still, it's hard to make it work with a Taurus. It's not really. I feel like you just have to know the fucking one secret and then they're unlocked. It's like, but if you can know like a million other things about them, but if you don't know the one thing, you got that one thing, and I need that one thing. Like One Direction. Anyways, what's up, everybody? I just got like the fucking music on. I'm Grateful Dead right now. I fucking love this song, Althea. A classic. Ain't nobody messing with you but you. I fucking like. Speaking of fucking Leos, Jerry Garcia, man. First seance I ever went to was a Jewish community center. I feel like I've told this story on the stream before, but I also feel like I have a whole different crowd of people now than I did 6 months ago. So, other than you, Dink, I think you've been here the whole time. So, there was a seance at a Jewish community center. Jerry Garcia. Who the fuck is Jenny? Cherry Garcia is so good. My shit was the bars, like Cherry Garcia bars that are dipped in chocolate. Hey, if you have a Jenny Garcia, then that's for you. Like there would be some reason that I brought this up. Just saying. I don't know who Jenny Garcia is, but if you knew someone named Jenny Garcia, absolutely, she's there. What's up, everybody? We're gonna be starting tarot when I get to the hour mark, by the way, so we think of like 25 minutes. You'll know because the screen will change and it'll be a small green square instead of the larger pink one. I say this a lot. I should type it somewhere, change my bio. Someone called me out the other day. My best friend, not just someone, but my best friend, called me out. She's like, you don't like the Beatles? And I was like, no, I am learning to like the Beatles. I actually do like the Beatles as of like 3 years ago. And she's like, well, good, because you have Beatles lyrics in your Twitch bio. And I was like, you're fucking kidding me. Those are Beatles lyrics? And she's like, yeah, it's a whole song. Like, it's literally a Beatles song. Like, I don't know. I just had to change it after Halloween because it said Halloween is only dead people. And that was it for a minute. So I changed it to just something random that popped into my head, and it was really John Lennon singing his own fucking music, probably. A lot less cool when you think about it. So anyway, go to the seance. I think I was still a teenager. I was probably in my early 20s at the very latest. I go to the seance at this Jewish community center, and this woman's so cool. And I was like, this could be something I'd want to do for sure. Like, it seemed really cool. We were in like this theater seating auditorium, lecture hall kind of venue, right? Within the Jewish community center. And she was just kind of pacing the stage, but then she came down and was walking through. And I probably was like 21, because this was shortly after I had known someone to take some lives. And I think I wanted to connect with his energy at the time because I was like, well, that was my friend. And he does feel very attached to me. So it was one of those things where she did get close to where I was. And this was before I did what I did. This was like when I wanted to believe in the paranormal and wanted to believe in ghosts and wanted to believe in aliens and wasn't convinced yet, but was open to it and was starting to see it and receive the evidence that I wanted, or develop my gifts in the way that proved it to myself. So it was a time of self-acceptance, really. But she came pretty close to me. And she fucking even said something about, like, I don't know. She was basically doing, like, this little, like, protection thing where she's like, not all spirits are good ones. And she's, like, looking. She didn't look at me. I don't know if she was avoiding eye contact, but she looked right above my head. And so I don't know if she saw things. But she said something weird like that. And I kind of felt bad because I knew what I was doing, but I didn't, in a way where I was kind of testing her. And it was like delivered, test received, not taking it. I was like, okay, cool, you're probably legit. Even though I wasn't the expert I am now, right? So some lady section higher than me, this woman's up here, she looked above my head and said some weird shit about, evil spirits. And I'm like, totally received. But then this woman who was like beyond me, uh, she was saying, "Oh, Jerry G," and in my heart of hearts, it was like Jerry Garcia, baby. And I had my Grateful Dead necklace on, and this woman was like, "Yeah, my husband, Jerry G." Something about a boat, whatever. Very anticlimactic story. But ever since that day, I think Jerry Garcia's soul is in that orb. So I don't think he talks to me because he's like, dude, you trapped me in an orb. Why would I talk to you? And I'm like, well, why would you get in? Okay, that's honestly like I feel you on that. I wouldn't say mine were auras and light orbs when I was a kid, but when I was a kid, I was very much. I think I was talking to dead people. I always had imaginary friends, but I always felt like someone was talking back to me, and I don't know how normal that is for kids with imaginary friends, but in retrospect, especially because I grew up Catholic and was taught to literally worship like a dying body, like Jesus on the cross is kind of a weird thing. It's weird. So I feel like I always had the gift of necromancy, and that's why I was like so into wanting to believe the paranormal. If that makes sense, where like I don't know if I'm an indigo child. I could totally see that, but they also say it comes generationally, and I feel like the first crop of indigo children were born, in like so long ago. I don't want to say like the 40s, like, and then the second wave was like the 2000s or whatever. I don't know. I feel like can anyone be an indigo child? What does that even mean? Everybody's always told me my aura was rainbow, so I don't know that I'm indigo. But I totally see what you're saying. And as a kid, it was like, why am I so open to some of these beliefs? We were talking about that on the stream the other night. I was like, so thought I was going to get abducted by aliens forever. I'm gonna roll this ad so we can try to get an hour of uninterrupted ads when we do tarot. So, um, oh, okay. So you're not that much younger than I am. Maybe I don't understand enough about it, but I love. That's the thing. People don't like labels, but I think it's fun to be able to dissect the different things or different aspects of each of us as an individual because it's the only thing that separates us from oneness. And if we didn't want to be seen and separated in our own thing with our own identities, then why the fuck would we come here? Because like otherwise we could just be, right? So fuck's sake. Love you. Ad break. Okay, y'all. I love Kate Bush so much. Since nobody's really saying anything because I just got back from an ad break. I love Kate Bush so much. I might be saying how good Hounds of Love is right now, but this song of the Dreaming just came on, and it's like, dude, Kate Bush is so good. I still just don't think I'm that into 50 Words for Snow. I can't help it. I don't know if it's because I'm from the snow. I don't know if it's because of my disdain for snow in general. I don't know if it's like whoever the fuck that dude is. Should have just been Peter Gabriel. Shame on me if it is Peter Gabriel, but I don't know. It just doesn't. None of them hit really. The actual song 50 Words for Snow is pretty like funny and it sounds cool, but it's also like snow. I hate snow. Um, but everything else, God, she's so good. She's just so fucking good. I guess I am glad she got to have a moment where people can recognize her. But I love that there was always such a strong fandom present, regardless of the fact that she never had her time. And I just like love her to like die. Fuck. I'm so okay, I did just hit the bong not that long ago. You don't need to remind me, but if we're trying to do alien channeled messages, then we gotta get fucking lifted and meet them halfway. Okay, that's a far frequency. Y'all, you should guess what songs I'm listening to based on how I dance to it. You would never fucking guess this. I don't think that'd even be possible without any other hints. Come back to me. Come back to me. You know? No. Anyway, pretty radically different than Kate Bush. I am feeling very motivated to do the reading, so I'm excited about that. We also have 57 minutes, but I think I might try to push it and play one last 60-second ad before we go in because I think we might get 63 minutes total. I'm not going to bother with another 3-minute ad because at one point we tested this out and I don't think they give me more than 63 minutes no matter what I do. But I have to wait a few minutes before I can play another ad, and then there won't be any ads for an hour. And we'll get into the tarot. So, any last minute questions? It's Afro Man. Go from Kate Bush to Afro Man. I don't know. Got quiet. Y'all were chat. Okay. Anything. Yeah. I mean, it can be tarot or non-tarot related. It's just like free chat time, just while we're gearing up, basically. Because usually I don't like doing this deck first, but at the same time, I don't feel like doing any other decks. They've waited long enough. We're going to get deep into it pretty quickly. So, yeah, now's the time to be distracted, basically. And they'll probably control the playlist, too. That's probably why I'm wearing headphones. I didn't feel like I could start the stream without them for some reason. Low-key, part of the reason was really fucking shallow, and it's because I thought I looked cool in my outfit. But then I was like, there's probably a reason that I went with this weird new age tech look in the first place, was to have the headphones. Something about pink. That's why I was like Hounds of Love, because thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, because she's a dancer. She was like, oh yeah, she's been doing that shit since like the 70s. She is a dancer. I think she was a dancer before she was making music, but her first song, I think her first album she made when I think she was 19, but she wrote that song, Wuthering Heights, like when she was even younger than that, 16, 17 years old. But she was always a dancer, ballet, jazz, not jazz, but something. Like she was a dancer, right? As from what I can recall. That's why that. Oh my god! I think pretty sure she did all her own choreography for a really long time. Wuthering Heights was just all improv. Trying to learn the whole dance because I have this dress that looks just like her dress, but it's pink, which is so me. But I don't know why I said that. It takes me forever to bust out some of the content that I think up in my head because it's like, dude, I have so much shit to do all the time as like the only person who's doing this, if that makes sense. Like I'm one person doing the work of a team of people to be able to be the person I am, right? So as much as it would be fun to do stuff like that, and I have like a rough cut of me dressed head to toe in that fucking look. But I want to redo it probably in the spring. Really glad that y'all love Kate Bush too, even if it was just one person saying, "Yeah, I love Kate Bush." Okay, sorry. What is CB? You ask tippers to chat. I don't understand what this means, to be honest. I'm not that in. I don't know if it's like a Twitch related thing. Feel free to elaborate. That's one I haven't heard in a long time. I think you're gonna like some of the stuff that I have coming up. Um, that's really fun. That's really fun. Um, yeah. Okay. So back to that's for another time. You can go become a member of my website though, www.elliemilly.com. It's a slow launch, but if you become a member now, you'll be ahead of the game, ahead of the curve. Just saying, it's free, and then there's other ways you can spend money on me right on the website, or in the link tree in the bio. Go check it out. But Kate Bush very much did have. I feel like she kind of candidly talked about her stage fright back then, and I think that's why she did so many features and has so many taped performances. Like I remember seeing so much of her content on VHS. I feel like okay, so I watched the cloud busting video recently, and I was like, holy shit! I don't ever remember watching this video, but I have seen this before because I've been listening to Kate Bush my whole life. My dad's a huge fan of like all the prog art rock. That's if I inherited anything the most besides my poor um, then it would definitely be this taste in music I have, right? So I saw the cloud busting video and I was like, yo, I must have watched all of it because I remembered the Rubber Band Girl video because we used to watch it all the time. But then I thought, how the fuck were we watching it if this was like the 90s, right? And so I think that he must have had a VHS tape of like all her music videos, right? It's so cool and such a lost art to have to like time it out with your TV or however, or even buy it when you can, because you can't just like order it offline. You know what I mean? That's just such a cool. I don't know. And Jeff Buckley came on. Damn, that's so sad. He was so pretty. I know it's like so much more than that about a person, but he was just such a beautiful fucking person. I wonder if he would ever talk to us. He was a Scorpio. Oh my god, his voice, everything's so beautiful. So beautiful. And he was young too. How old is he? 20. I don't want to do the math. 35. Oh, 30. He was 30. Oh, Jeffrey Buckley. Oh, why is this song so sad? Why did he make this song so sad? Even Leonard Cohen, who wrote the song and makes some of the saddest music ever. Okay, think about this. Jeff Buckley's other songs, pretty fucking hardcore, grunge, pretty punk, like guitar, based, right? Leonard Cohen's whole discography, depressing, gloomy, negative even, I don't know. And yet his version of Hallelujah is somehow 100 times less sad than Jeff Buckley's cover of it. That's like mind blowing to me. You know? That's crazy. Listen, y'all. This is really cute. I think I'll run this last ad. Should we just do 3 minutes? So I can make sure that everything's ready before I do lock in for an hour and see if we get more than 60 minutes. That's what I'm gonna do. I know I said I would do a 60-second ad, but I'm gonna do the 3 minutes. Make sure I have enough water, light some incense. Y'all can go do what you need to do. We're gonna lock in for an hour with this mystery deck. See where it takes us, because I don't need to talk about myself any more than I already have for the past hour. So, any last minute questions? Hit them while I'm gone. I'll answer them quickly when I get back, and we'll get right back into the tarot. Okay, cool. You see, I'm already acting all goofy and neurotypical like them aliens. Who said that the other day? That was so funny to me because it's so true. I'm sorry, neurodivergent. I am neurodivergent. I would think that if I'm acting any other type of way, it would be the opposite. But no, I would get extremely more divergent when I start channeling aliens, was the reference I was making. Spoke backwards. So I'm going to get up and do some jumping jacks or something. That's probably not going to happen, but I do stretch. So, yep. Get some water. Get your devices ready. We got 3 minutes until a fucking spaceship landing. Let's make some music, make some money, find some models for wives. Dude, I love when I get to listen to music. I'm sorry you guys can't listen to it with me. Yeah, I'll move to Paris, shoot some heroin, and fuck with the stars. You man the island and the cocaine and the elegant cars. What do y'all think? I'm gonna turn it down, but I will probably cue in to whatever songs are on. I kind of had to. It kind of makes it easier to communicate, or maybe it's supposed to indicate to me who I'm communicating with before I start to. I feel like there's been like this heavy squid energy because I've been so into music, and there was this idea. Okay, let's talk about that. There was this idea that came up. Granted, I have to take my own messages with a grain of salt. Understand that if I'm delivering a message, just because it comes through me doesn't mean it's going to apply to me. But there was a message of the whole concept was the meek shall inherit the earth, and you get the keys January 24th. So it just was January 24th. Is, still finishing the end of. And just think, like, even if you didn't get a physical set of keys today, right? Because I had no keys lined up, to physically get. But the key to success, the key to your own heart, the key to someone else's heart, something that happened today was that key. And so I know what mine was because I was like, oh, God, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good point. And it's very much in timing in what I need. And so thank you once again, Dom rocks. Dom fucking rocks. But it's suffice to say. I'm a reader before I'm a speaker. I was an avid reader as a child, so I knew a lot of words and I could use them in my writing, but I didn't always know how to say them out loud, so I don't speak as good as I write. Damnedest thing. And I'm learning to speak better because I'm on the camera, free falling, verbally, sometimes even digging holes, vomiting, once again verbally, not physically. Of course. Just different days, different phase. So we had these 3 piles, okay? And it was like, it's funny because air energy just seems to be absent right now. I don't know if that matters. I feel like something to note would be that it is Aquarius season, so air signs get this month off. I think that's kind of the energy. Is like if they have to do work, they'll do it next month. If they have finished work, then this is their month off, that kind of thing. And it might even be they start in spring, okay? But air signs, you just kind of are off the hook right now. If you're an air sign, listen in for your friends that are earth, fire, and water, or think about where your earth, fire, and water placements are. If it's your moon, it's going to be more of an introspective reading. If it's a rising, it's going to be more what's going on situationally. If it's a Venus, we might say romance. If it's Mercury, it'll be in way of communication, which often does apply mostly to romantic situations, right? Because communication with partnership is so important. Now, that's so Nico's version of waiting for my man. Somebody's feeling very romantic. Is it me? I'm confused. I'm confused why it's Nico's version. That's really cute. She cracks me up. And so does my hair. I can't help but think of Nico every time I look in the mirror. Someone last night asked if I ever felt like I bonded with any of the spirits that I fucking talked to, or like the deceased people specifically. And I'm like, oh, absolutely. Besides Satan and Jesus, Nico. Like, a little bit John Lennon. John Lennon has less of a friendship vibe and more of a mentor vibe, but Nico, I just like, don't even know how I would live without her at this point. It's so weird. And I think it's because she lived a life that was half dead herself, having been so much this and that. It's cute that she's singing this to me. So, looking at these piles, how do y'all want to do numbers? I love how as soon as I start tarot, I start losing people. How do y'all want to do the numbers? I think I know where my dice are, but they are nowhere near me right now, so I don't want to do a dice roll. Plus, we do not need timelines. We're just reading piles. I can do the mash way if you want. Or if y'all want to pick 3 numbers, if one person picks a number, one person picks the other. I don't know if I have anybody chatting left with me. But I just have the piles. I didn't want to reshuffle them, but they're just piles. So I'll start with the 3 cards on top, and then we'll figure out how we're going to explore the ones beneath them, or how many of them we will. But anybody wants to throw out a number, I feel like don't make it over 15, because that's excessive in a tarot reading. That's already split into 3 piles. So we need 3 numbers between 1 and 15. Okay, we got a 4, so that's... Wait, you're a Virgo? We'll have to wait. Okay, we need 2 more numbers, y'all. Or we can do 444, but I thought it'd be more fun if we just pick the numbers. Fate's always in our own hands. I think that's a major lesson that we're throwing in this moment. 7, and you're a Leo. Okay. We need 1 more number. Do we have water sign in the chat? Where's our water base? Think you still around? Anybody? Because I could be the water. Wait, you are a Virgo, right, Ali? Or I feel like the other day I was talking about mutable energy, and I said all we need is a Virgo, and I thought you were the one who said I'm a Virgo, but maybe it was somebody else. I don't remember, because you'll be the Earth, and I'll pick. You are okay. So for the Earth pile, we'll do 4, and for the fire pile, we'll do 7. And since there's no water signs speaking up, thank you. I have a decent memory most of the time. Especially if I see something. So the fact that I read the chat, you'd be surprised at how. That's why a lot of people are surprised I'll remember birthdays, or I'll remember specific conversations and maybe get the person wrong, but all the information right. Is because having a photographic memory, I get to read the chat. It's so much easier to remember what's been said in a sense. So I think that I kind of want to go with 8 for some reason. 8's calling to me. I don't know if it's because of this card is making me want to say 8. So we're going to do 8, 7, 4. And I love the number 4. I was going to go 444 if nobody else said anything, because I'm about that shit. But we're just going to do that. So once again, you can apply it to different areas of your life based on your own placements. You can apply it to different people in your life based on their sun signs. You can think of it as a timeline. But we will be getting into the year ahead for the Zodiac New Year. Yeah, dude, she's probably, no offense, I don't know what these events are, but I feel like she's probably like kind of witchy, like in a cool way, like me too. People who are pretty good at that are pretty good at that. It's funny, is my sound really bad, or do people not like when I do tarot anymore? Because where did everybody go? There's like a solid handful of people, and now there's like 2. And it's nothing personal against the 2 of you. And also sometimes Twitch is... Now there's more. I'm finally doing tarot. I thought this is what people wanted. It's so funny to me that it's like I actually engage more with people when I am talking about whatever. And I also enjoy doing that. But it seemed like for a while no one was interested in talking and they only wanted tarot. And now it seems to be the opposite. It's so weird. So let's do each pile, and then I will do the cards under with the numbers that we just chose. So on this one, I picked up 2. So we have 8th position water, and underneath it we have union. So, you're okay. That's so funny, because I was wondering why everybody left as I was starting the reading, because I thought everyone was waiting for me to do tarot. I was just making a joke about that, where it was like, why do people always leave? 111. When I'm about to fucking read. But, yeah, so once again, put this wherever you want in your... Whoa, that one was 11111. Put it wherever you want in your life, but this is like the water pile. There's no air pile because air signs have the month off. Blah blah blah. We already talked about that. But it doesn't have to be water sign, fire sign, earth sign. It just like can be if you want it to be. But yeah, I picked up 2. So this 8th position water, which it's to me, this looks like a toxic male. Like I know his chakras are aligned, but it's almost like when you have an ego death, just to rebirth a bigger, stronger ego. It's like when you think you're a shaman because you had one trip, right? Like you went one time and you think you're a shaman. It gives that kind of energy for some, but because it's the masculine presenting and that toxic masculinity with the water element, it is questionable, like what influences the feminine energy on that, where it's like the masculine with the feminine energy is kind of out of pocket toxic. But then there's union, and it's almost like the thought of coming into union is what makes them this way. And that's so weird and kind of gross in a sense. I don't know. I don't want to do this. All right, this is Silver Sun Pickups. Is that what this is? I've been waiting for this moment. No, Lazy Sun, yeah, Silver Sun Pickup. All my life, but it's not quite right. Yeah, we get it. It's dramatic. That's kind of water energy, isn't it? It's being dramatic. And so come in hot, come in cold, come in flooding, right? Come in flooding water signs, because that's honestly like you need to move like water. Water doesn't withhold, water doesn't dehydrate, water doesn't dry out, water doesn't drain. I mean, water does drain, but why would you want the water to drain? You are the water. Then what? You're in the sewers? You're in the shits? Nobody wants to drink sewer water. You should have just flowed then. Like water signs. This is such a weird combination of energies where, like, it's almost like you're dealing with someone who is way, I don't want to say beyond or more advanced, but you want to come into union with someone whose level you're not on. I cannot say it in any other way. And as much as you think you've grown in a sense, you have not gotten to that point yet, in a way. But being able to recognize it is what saves you, is your saving grace. So if you're still working on it, as long as you know that you're this person, I think it's okay to still try to go towards a union, if that makes sense. You can be a work in progress for as long as you're alive, because a true piece of art is never finished. Right? That's why Tiny Tim died mid-performance, isn't it? Okay, so let's check out the top 2 of the fire pile. We have 4th position, fire. You shouldn't feel inferior. That's not the point. That's definitely not the point. That's so sad that you would think that way. But also, like, we're going to hype you up right now, Leo, because it's weird that a Leo would feel that way, right? But a Taurus is, whoa. I get you. I get you. I don't need to know this man to know that, like, yeah, we got the juice, we got the drip, we got the fucking whatever you want to call it. Absolutely insane, tasty, but also brainy, but also maybe everything. I get it. But if you feel inferior, then it's not for you, right? You have to be like, you know what? I can believe I was shot with this person. Damn, I can't believe I'm shooting my shot with this person. But you can't let it get to you in the ego way, right? You also might be the one who's ready to come into union and don't realize that the reason you feel inferior is because they want you to, which is the toxic masculinity popping out. Because the Taurus is the feminine element. Just saying. But yeah, okay, so 4th position, fire. Right on target. Right on target. Shoot that shot. Shoot that shot. Whatever you got lined up, whatever you have planned to say, give, take. If there's some kind of anything you were thinking about doing, do it, because you've not got it all lined up. Fire signs, it's lined up, ready to go. And I'm thinking, I know so many people with a Venus and Aries. It's kind of hilarious because it's like, do we attract each other, or is that something common around my age group? I don't know how often Venus changes, but it's more often than like Jupiter, you know. Um, it's Aquarius season, but Aries season's going to be here quick enough where I feel like they work well. Those energies work well together because they're not opposite, but they're pretty opposite from being the same alignment. Like they're both the masculine elements, the fire and air, but they are contrasting masculinity by being fire and air, and they're cardinal. Aries is cardinal, Aquarius is fixed, so that dynamic can be really helpful to be led in a grounded way or putting groundwork down as you move forward. I feel like that's those energies combining. So once again, if you're an air sign, there's no air pile, but it's because y'all have the month off. You can absorb these messages as you want to, but y'all got this month off. You're not getting your asses handed to you. So with this shooting your shot thing, does not have to be romantic, by the way. Nobody ever is going to implicate romance. This is the twin flame deck, but it's also the higher self, higher being, gods, goddesses, guides, and galactics. So it's much beyond just some kind of romantic connection. Remember that as I say these things about shoot your shot. Sometimes it's about applying to that job. Sometimes it's about reaching out to that person. Sometimes it's about connecting to your roots or getting that fucking tarot reading, getting that tattoo. It doesn't matter. Shoot your shot. No matter what the shot is. No matter what your target is. Shoot it. I mean, in a non-violent, non-physical way, in a metaphorical way. Thank you for the follow, Akari. I love that it's like Akira, but it's not. And my whole anime look today, I was trying to do, my look theme is if Lolita was a full feature anime about Lolita seeking revenge instead of just walking, whatever happens in the book. So I love that your Akari name reminds me of Akira, because if you just switch the two letters, you got all that. Welcome to the channel, by the way. And no, I don't do personal readings. Don't interrupt. I'm going back to this. You may respond, but we're already in the thing. Just come on in. Join in. Yeah. Oh, even better. I love that. I love you. Okay. Also, when's your birthday, or, sun sign, or whatever part of your chart, we like to know people in that way around here. And this is the fire pile. You haven't missed much. I just started the reading. We've got a water, fire, earth, and I'm on fire, but I'm going through and drawing more for each pile. This is just the introduction cards. So, shoot your shot. Fire signs, especially if you shot your shot already during Sag season, or preparing to make your move for Aries season at the start of the new year. Oh, you're a Sagittarius. That's perfect. You came at the perfect time. I'm not going to look up your chart or anything, but your sun sign is Sagittarius, which means you're a fire sign and a masculine element and a mutable energy, modalite, if you will. But you came at the perfect time. Perfect time. Love you. I don't know why I keep saying, I feel a need to keep saying I love you. It's kind of overwhelming. I don't know if there's somebody lost recently that was like, I don't want to say it's your mom, and she was always kind of clingy and would always be so obsessed with saying I love you. I don't know if maybe she passed away or someone like that. But there's this urge to keep saying I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you to you for some reason. It's kind of creepy. Creepy of me, not creepy of them. But you just got here, so it's kind of overwhelming, especially because I'm doing my mystery deck is, yeah. I don't know if she was really affectionate when she was alive, or even as she was dying, or couldn't be affectionate when she was dying. But she's heavily I love you, maybe dark hair, kind of like this crop, or she had that at some point in her life, and that's how she's presenting herself now, because she maybe lost her hair and stuff. But she had just the not totally middle part, but very 90s look, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting Asian because we were talking about animes 5 minutes ago, or she actually was, but I'm feeling just the I love you thing. So just a special message for you. I don't do a lot of personal stuff. My personal readings are available. You can go on my website and book a full reading if you are ever interested in that kind of thing. But sometimes if a message comes on super strongly, then I want to be able to deliver that for people, because some people are so close that they'll find me instantly the same minute that you do. It's happened a couple times on this channel. But they're not always so strong, and it's not always such a positive thing. So I had to share it. At first, I didn't know why I kept saying I love you, and I was like, wait a second, this is weird. And then I just listened for a second. So she loves you. She didn't say it enough, especially at the end. And I love you. Okay, so I'm not gonna cry, but if I did, it would probably make my makeup look even cooler, right? Or worse, or whatever. I agree, though. Golden locks. I do love people asserting their love for me. I think that means our love language is communicative, words of affirmation, etc. Because I agree, and also both of us are fixed signs, right? Leo and Taurus. And so there's something so sexy in itself about being able to communicate. So if you're communicating your feelings to me, it's like, whoo, even doubly attractive, right? So completely agree that being emotionally unfulfilled is something that I had a hard time recognizing for a long time, because I find so much emotional fulfillment within myself or within my life that I suppose I never needed it from anyone, so I never sought it from anyone, so I never noticed if someone wasn't giving it to me or not. Like, I never really understood, it's not that I didn't understand it, but once again, didn't notice it. But now I realize that it's something I like. Once you have it, you're like, oh, yeah, no, I like that, right? But I'm very self-assured and love myself, and I've always told myself that, and I've always expressed my love to others. So I love to receive that energy. Who wouldn't want to reciprocated energy? I think we're saying that we're romantics, maybe. Kind of cute. Shoot your shot, and then we have the maiden with it. New journeys, right? The maiden is the second card in this deck. There is a zero as choice, so the fool is kind of like zero. But in this deck, the third position fire is very fool energy. So the maiden is it's pale blue eyes, by the way. So I don't know if somebody's got the blue eyes, or those kind of blue eyes, but that song is on. I said I was going to try to keep y'all updated, but that's what I was saying about the music not really being of interest to me as much as it was added messages. But yeah, so the maiden is very much a journey, but it's also and if you go chasing rabbits and you know you're going to fall, tell a smoking caterpillar has given you the call. Go ask Alice, right? There's a little bunny rabbit that she's following, so it is going down a rabbit hole, but it's also a journey, and I feel like rabbit holes aren't necessarily a bad thing. They get a worse rep than they should have, in my opinion. But what do I know? It's who I am as a person. Okay, so last pile here, and then we're going to draw more cards from each one. Always some gay stuff. What's up, earth signs? So this is the earth pile right now. Again, put it where you want in your life, with others, within yourself, within your chart, within your placements, within the seasons, however you want to slice it. It's all for us. It's all for you. It's all for me. It's all for her. 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anybody who wants to ride along can ride. Ninth position, earth, is you have something to offer here, earth signs. You have something to offer here. This might be an offering coming in for some of you during, the next earth season would be Taurus season. So it might be an offering coming in, but I'm guessing that Taurus, earth signs, you've got a lot to offer. I think you have more to offer than you think you do. I think it's not necessarily a confidence issue, right? But there is some kind of, I don't want to call it hesitation, but if you're questioning whether or not you're valuable, first of all, there's no way to get an intrinsic value on a human being. So you have to just let the idea go that you have to be monetarily valuable to someone to be valuable, because that also allows you to realize that people can use you, drain you, and take what you have, even if it's not financial. Is this Kim's Watermelon Gun or is this Ginger Ale Afternoon? Because they have the same intro. It's Kim's Watermelon Gun. So, to realize you have more to offer than you think you do. Third eye open, dish in hand, hands out. It's like a beautiful energy. Keep giving, keep giving, keep giving. And realize what you're giving is more than others can even ask or pay you back for. But in a sense, it's like know who to give to, know when to stop pouring, right? Because Kim's got the answers. And her watermelon gun. And all the celebrities want permission. But guess what? Just like Kim, I also won't give it to them. I'm just kidding. Am I? I don't know. We don't know anymore. We don't even know what is a joke and what isn't anymore. Ninth position air, though. So this is definitely some kind of knowledge coming through, some kind of opening up. It's very much connectivity. This is very much outer reflecting inner. So this is so hard with this bright light. It's not even that bright. It just, these cards make it look so bright because they're glossy. This is one of my favorites, though. It's it's so beautiful. So right. Let's keep going. We already picked out some numbers for each pile. And we're going to draw the numbers we picked. And pretty much, I'm a Scorpio rising, so we didn't have a water sign at the time to pick a number. So I picked water, and then we had the fire sign pick a number for fire, and we had the earth sign pick a number for earth. So I'm going to pull those cards. And then I'll probably shuffle this deck up and do more or something else in a sense, and see where we're at with it. Okay. So I think I'm putting this face down for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like it's because it's last, and I don't know. I don't want to look at this gay stuff. I always want to look at gay stuff. What am I talking about? Thank you. I have purple and green. Merry Christmas to me. Love my mother. Yeah, they're pretty fucking cool. Thank you. Let's start with this water pile. So my number was 8. So I'm drawing these 8 top cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The Father is revealed at the top of the deck of this pile. So we are talking about very masculine energy in this pile, and yet it is the water pile. So water is a feminine element, but there is very much a masculine energy going on, because if you recall, we have this toxic masculine being out front, and now we have the Father at the top of the deck, and he's in deep contemplation. The Father is not necessarily in his best state of being or his most protective self. He is contemplating his movements. He is thinking about who he is and what this role means to him, or whether or not he even wants it, in a sense. And it doesn't mean you have to be a physical father to appreciate that sentiment. It can be any kind of connection that you have. So is this a Matt Berry song? Blues Inside Me. Yeah, it sounded like it was off Elephant Man, but I don't know any of the titles. So there's a very strong masculine energy with this water pile for some reason. So just could be water sign men, but also the King of Cups being water also screams paternal energy. So it's kind of like that. So this might be, if you're watching this and you're like, I'm not a water sign, I'm not dealing with a water sign, this might relate to family situations for you, and then we'll go through each one. You can have them. So We have 10th position water. And this is the feminine energy and the feminine element, but she is orchestrating things in a way that, because she's using strings, it seems manipulative, right? So there might have been some kind of manipulation surrounding a father figure coming from a feminine energy. And even though I was only planning to draw the 8 cards, the father card moved and revealed this second position earth. So even though this is double femme energy, I don't know, it could be that someone was juggling. So it could be that the feminine manipulated a situation to make the masculine look bad and was actually juggling 2 people or more, in whatever capacity that is. And they were definitely disconnected from their true self. That's for sure. This ace in reverse, this is so interesting because I always see the aces, look, and underneath is the reptilians. And taking the mask off, but still being blindfolded. So this is like basically saying somebody disconnected from something that wasn't them and reconnected with their self, okay? But they took this mask off and they were still blind to what they really were or who they really were. But the aces in this deck are definitely represent different species of fucking extraterrestrials that we talk to. So we are talking about someone who's like connecting with their highest beings, and they thought maybe it was a religious experience. They thought it was their ancestors, thought it was spiritual, and they're in the midst of being like, God damn, is this extraterrestrial right now? Like, it's wild. It's wild. But that is the twin flame journey. That's something we learned earlier this year or last year, earlier this zodiac cycle. No, it was Pisces season last year. So last year, end of the year, we discussed how the twin flame connection did come with this extraterrestrial energy because it's a cosmic connection. You've come across lifetimes, across universes, across stars, and zones and dimensions, and you have no idea what you and your twin have been through until you kind of start remembering it. You can only remember it once you've dealt with all the memories you've made in this world, in this lifetime as this person. And it's kind of beautiful, but it's also really, it can be stressful, but have faith. Look, I don't know why I just picked this up, but it ended up being faith. You know, just have faith that it does work out, but you have to understand that you have to be fully healed in order to come to your twin flame. But look, this is about a union. This is literally, it's about a union. So have faith. It's like anyone who sees your situation can see that. I just kind of don't understand the nervousness around it, but I understand that it's hard. So we have the 7th position fire. So it's the masculine element being represented by the feminine, and it's the position of who, me, reflecting of the self, right? Who, me. The feminine is, the masculine is presenting femininity in a toxic way. So the feminine is presenting masculinity in a toxic way, and both are blaming the masculine, right? And it's okay to blame yourself. However, if that's the case, then the other person probably has just as much blame, right? It drives me insane. I don't know. I don't know if that's somebody agreeing. Like, yep. It drives me insane. I don't know what that was about. 8th position, Earth, though. Fresh feminine energy, earth feminine grounding, you know, not this like I'm going to portray the masculine or mirror anyone else or not look at myself and blame the other person. I'm going to stand in who I am, be grounded, and present my feminine energy in a feminine way because I know that feminine energy is powerful and I am great. And then 9th position, water, things start looking up. Feminine getting into feminine, hyper feminine, right? Because if earth is soft feminine, then water's hyper feminine. So we see the feminine starting to get their shit together, walking in their truth, seeing the light, seeing a higher power, seeing a way out, seeing a way forward even, but a way up, because everything is up. Then we have I can't seem to hold on to, damn. People that know me best, key that I won't forget. It's too soon. I can't keep on losing you. Oh, I love this song. R.I.P. Mac. 11th position, water, emotion versus intellect. It's not versus, it's slash. I don't know why I said versus. I think this is the problem. You might be thinking emotion versus intellect. You're like emotionally feeling one way, but intellectually disagreeing with myself, trying to separate the head from the heart. But you have to realize that you are all in one body. You are one vehicle. If your heart and your head, if your heart and your head say something different, they both have a valid opinion, but you cannot cut one off in favor of the other, or we would not have separate organs. Your body will not function if your heart is not functioning properly. Your body will not function at all if your brain isn't letting it do its thing or telling it to do its thing, keeping you cognizant enough to take care of yourself. You have to take the verse out. It's emotion and intellect. It's emotion with intellect. It's your wise mind. That's basics in therapy, dude. Go to therapy if you're not already at that point of knowing that or understanding that. You cannot do verses. We are one vehicle. Gotta run together. You're one engine, one body, if you relate more to the mechanical side of things. But it's right there. And then 13th position, air, queen of air, where we have the feminine coming back, presenting masculine energy in a feminine way and in a non-toxic way, and healing and taking charge and taking control and fixing their mistakes. Okay? In 7th position, water, rather than manipulate, we see the feminine orchestrate. She might be leading the fish, but the fish are swimming at will. There's no strings attached, right? And then you have 14th position, fire, king of fire, where now the masculine feels comfortable being his truthful self. Fire in all its glory. So, that was good. Oh, my babes. Water signs. What the fuck? Y'all want to be sad boys or what? Grow up. Get a move on. Do something. Dance a little. Damn, it's life, okay? It's not the end of the world until it is. And even then, you won't fucking know it. If everyone dies and you don't really understand when or how you die, or if you go somewhere else or you never see this life again, then how the fuck would you know the difference if you died or if everyone died? I don't know why I've thought that for so long. Gone too soon, away, losing hanging, can't seem to hold on to. Dang. Yeah, no, I think it's supposed to resonate. Remember, any placements and any time, and thinking back maybe to Scorpio season, looking forward to Cancer season, whatever the case is, or Pisces season is next. I just split this, Queen of Water. There's definitely a lot of water energy surrounding this, but that's also being the feminine or seeking feminine energy even. So this is the fire pile, going back to third position, fire, and the maiden. Shooting your shot and understanding that it means that you're on a new road, right? Knowing that this changes everything and that shooting your shot is totally doable. You're on a great target or whatever that we were saying earlier in a non-physical, metaphorical way. But know that it is going to be maybe time consuming. It's going to be all in, and it's going to land is the thing. So it's like, just be prepared to change everything in a sense. So the number was 4. But I just separated this into 2 piles. So, okay, the top card was abundance. That's why I was like, yo, whatever the shot is, it doesn't have to be a romantic shot. It doesn't have to be hollering at somebody. It could be an investment. It could even be a fucking gamble. It could be a person, a place, a thing, a house, a closing. It doesn't matter. You shoot your shot, make your offer, put in the deal, put in your work, put in the word, make a promise, whatever it is. You can keep it. You can get it. You can land it. You can do it. Like, it's in the bag. And I don't really like instilling false hope, but you know what? It's words of affirmation. So if you need to be inspired, do we have to roll the ad already? Oh, no, somebody's live notification. My bad. We've got 20 minutes, by the way, until I do have to roll another ad. What song is this? This is more Leonard Cohen because it sounds more like McCabe or something. Oh, fucking Afro, man. It's really quiet, okay? That's so funny. One hit wonder. LOL, you've had at least 3, baby. So abundance is there. So even if it is words of affirmation and teaching you to reprogram your thoughts to be about your abundance and be centered in wealth or flowing resources, you know, then that's what this is for. It's not really to predict that some outcome is going to happen, but it's to motivate you to get the outcome you want and to know you're worthy of it, capable of it, and probably could definitely do it and get it as long as you try. So then we've got the split pile was the 13th position water, queen of water, 13th position water, queen of water. I don't know if there's like a water sign distracting you or just a feminine energy in general distracting you, but they're looking really good. It could be a motherly energy, but I get that you like it. But is it a focus right now? Because 8th position fire is here. You're really more focused on yourself. I'm glad. Thank you. You're so much more focused on yourself, as you should be. I think fire signs have this like self-centered energy that makes them self-sufficient, and that's what makes them appealing to others who want the independent version of a fire sign, right? Because when a codependent fire sign comes in, they burn shit down, right? So we want to see you at your A game. We want you to be fully developed and fully yourself before you come back, fire signs. But then second position, water, you find someone who accepts you no matter what. And there's love here no matter what. Okay, so that's 4. I really like that. And then we see these seeds being planted, and it's all about look at. I don't know why I revealed this when it was supposed to just be 4, but I did it with the other one. We have species. Okay, so it is first position water, and then we have 12th position water, the counselor. Right, so it's like go the fuck to therapy. Water signs, go to therapy. I don't know what the fuck to tell you anymore. It's like these water sign men, especially because there's like such a strong masculine element, but the water energy, or I'm sorry, there's a strong water element with a very masculine energy. So I feel like it's water sign men, especially as Pisces season approaches. Y'all need to fucking take care of yourselves. All of you do. But get in touch with the feminine side by leaning into the water traits, I think is what it really is for all the masculines. But it's all about your perception. And I think that's why I took the time to hype you up and say, yes, you can get this, you can land this is yours already, is because it is all about your perception. So have faith. Take them by the hand, work with you might see it in a emotional water sign and think it's a bad thing, but you have to understand that water is what grows these seeds. Okay, so we have the earth, third position earth, presenting masculine energy, planting the seeds, and understanding that you need that feminine energy for anything to bloom, and you have to stop perceiving feminine energy as negative too. A lot of people do. It's easy to do, but the more you learn, the more you'll know, the more you'll grow. That's how I see it, because we got knowledge right here, and that is exactly what it is. You need to learn more about feminine energy and maybe even women in general. If you are dealing with a woman or are a woman or get blamed for things, you know what I'm saying? But just like that, whoa, why are some of these are upside down? These 2 are upside down. I don't know how that happened, but I'll honor it. We're going to look at those, obviously. I was about to shuffle them, and then I was like, hey, wait a second. Okay, the youth is here. Now, I remember this card was sitting out the other day. Woo! What is this? The sage. That's so funny, young and old. It's all a perception, though. I feel very youthful. I look very youthful, let's be honest. It could be the makeup, it could be the garb, but I chose to wear it, right? Dress my age. What the fuck does that even mean, bro? What does that honestly mean? What's my age? I think I'm like 492 years old. Like, what do you want? I've been so many lifetimes. I'm going to get in for the aesthetic of the era, not for my age. What do you mean? This is like the time in our lives. It's in the fucking year 2000s, bro. Are you joking? Let's get maybe jiggy with it was last century, but you know what I mean. Anyways, these 2. Reverse love. Even though Afroman's playing, I'm hearing Johnny Cash. But it's their his Nine Inch Nails cover. And you could have it all, my empire of dirt. Yeah, nobody wants it. So it's like you come to a truce. This masculine energy comes to a truce. We have 6th position fire, but then in reverse we have love. Bros before hoes, as it goes. And I don't think that the hoes are so hoe that they don't know that. Bitch, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you talking about? Everybody makes choices, man. That's such a weird... Whatever, fire signs. Do your thing, man. Do your thing. I'm not saying your relationships aren't going to pan out, but I don't know what that was at the end. It's kind of funny, right? It was like, it went from love being in the upright, the 2 of cups being in the upright, to like at the end, the big reveal, like, oh, love is not there for some reason. I don't know what that was about. Good luck figuring it out, though, yeah? I'm going to move on. King of Water at the top after I shuffled. So now we have Earth pile. Earth was 8? No, 7. Earth was 7. Oh, Bright Eyes. But a cute Bright Eyes song, not a depressing one. You will, you will, you will, you will, you will. I love this song. That must feel so quiet. Destiny. Oh my God, Earth signs. It is your destiny to walk this path. It's your destiny to be feeling this way. These top 2 cards we had, once a refresher, it was 9th position, Earth, which is like the offering, the feminine on feminine, totally pure good energy coming from the Earth sign pile, with this like non-binary divine air energy behind it, very much like nurturing and natural and compassionate, and bringing something to the table and offering, but also being organized and adapt and knowing when to give and when to hold back, and having a logical mind operating the whole thing, right? So, love that for Earth signs. It is your destiny to do this, to be this, to win this. I don't know if that, I hope that's hitting for people. Like, I hope you understand. I hope you're watching. I hope you care. Like, I mean, I'm an Earth sign, and I love this. And I hesitate to speak for myself on these things, but we have this 5th position fire. It's a gay card. I don't know. Feels very homoerotic, but it's like, let the masculine energy fight itself. This has nothing to do with you, femmes. Get out. Just get out the way. Move. Get out the way. That's it's Bright Eyes. I don't know why I'm moody right now. Because look at this. It's like, if the masculine energies want to play ego and stroke their dicks or whatever, that's fine if you enjoy that kind of thing. But the femmes are going to stand back and gasp about it in their own, do the same. It's like mirroring, right? It's this mirroring energy back to back right there. So when it comes to passion, it might just be more about connecting with the same sex, or it could be connecting with like friends. I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know why it's like the masculine and feminine energy feel very divided in this part, even though everything seems on point or on target for Earth signs. This fire energy shows up and it's a bit chaotic, and it's not really going to burn things down, but it may divide things for whatever reason. So no matter what, though, look at what's next. Look at this card. Look at this card. It's Earth. This is like fully, okay. Remember earlier when I said that that douchebag, his chakra was real aligned, but he looked out of control, egotistical, right? This is like the chakras being aligned and being totally rooted in the self, connected to the earth, aligned, at peace, Zen moments, okay? Connected with all that is, all around, all about. Like, that's true alignment right there. So, like, no matter what comes at you, no matter what kind of drama, whatever burns come towards you, it could be people fighting over you, and then also people gossiping over you kind of energy. This fire, immature masculinity, but also seen from feminines, right? So it's like people fighting over you, and also people talking about you. Fire signs are doing that, but for the earth pile. But it's just like, it doesn't get to us. It's not that we're immune to anything. It's that we work really hard to stay centered, stay focused, stay grounded, and kind of keep our heads out of it, right? We got drop the game. I'm sorry, this chat dude rubs me the wrong way. It's, whose time zone is 333 right now? And the song is Drop the Game. Drop the Game. Who's that for? Don't care. Take it. I'm skipping this song. I don't like this Chet dude's voice. Drives me nuts. No offense, y'all. Take me home, country roads, John Denver. Love this shit. I'm a festival kid. Oh, so it's about to be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Little Decepticon? No, totally not John Denver energy at all. But yeah, get your fucking shit aligned. Love that. Love that. Yours is gonna be 2, 3, 4. Counting down, counting up, getting fucking ready. Yeah. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. Healing. It's on God on healing. Okay, I thought we talked about this the other day. It's not how this works. So no, I'm sorry. You should have read the rules. It's about healing. It's about nothing can shake you. Thank you. I love you all so much. I love this channel. I love that y'all are into this. I love that y'all are patient with me and understand where I come from and what I do. It's amazing to be able to connect with all of you and to have our own sense of community on this channel. And I hope that you feel that too. And that I'm not just curating it for myself, but I'm curating it for us. Because without your contributions and your vibes and your energy and your desire to hear what I have a desire to say, then there will be nothing going on, right? This wouldn't exist. So it's just so symbiotic, I hope, or so it seems. I just want to express it over and over again. Thank you all for being here. We're doing 7. So yeah, healing. Like this is literally, I'm sorry, but earth signs are crushing it right now. You're lovely too. I accidentally grabbed 2. It was supposed to be 7, but whatever. We've got journey on a new path, new journey, duality, baby, dark and light. I am all about the darkness. I am the darkness. Like I believe in a thing called love. No, I do, but I'm a necromancer. People consider that dark magic, black magic. That's fine. You can. I'm just as much of a light worker and light speaker and can speak light code, like or whatever the fuck weird languages. So I work with light. I am light, but I also thrive in darkness and love darkness and connect with that energy. And I'm a nocturnal for a reason. So that duality is the journey ahead, and behind that is emotions. And look at that. It's a balance. That sword is proper. It's on the shelf. It's not swinging around. You can't really see the details, but it's a feminine energy standing with a sword in front of her, but it's like this. It's not in the upright. It's not ready for battle or action. It's level. It's even. It's the emotions being balanced. So I'm really proud of us, Earth signs. And I am going to say us, and I am going to take this message. I can't take them all for myself, but look, Queen of Earth right here too. I'm proud of us, and we're doing good. We're doing right by ourselves, and I think that's what really matters. So hell fucking yeah, dude. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. No ego inflating though. Okay, it's okay to ego trip once in a while, but no ego inflating. I know that probably sounds like whatever. So I shuffled them, and now we got Queen of Air, King of Water, and Wisdom. So put your best brains together. We see the feminine presenting masculine, the masculine presenting feminine. It's just that phase in the connection. It'll go back and get even and become a match sooner than you think, probably. But yeah, Queen of Air, something about that. So that was great. That was really great. In a few minutes, I'm going to have to roll the ads before, or so that the pre-rolls don't go. We had like a fucking straight hour of tarot, though. That was kind of nice. I think it's totally worth playing the 3 ads in 10, 15 minutes just so we can get a full uninterrupted hour when we actually do the tarot. That was really dope. Yeah, 555. That was cute. With 5 viewers and 55 minutes to the hour. I love that. It was a 5-minute countdown to the next pre-roll, by the way. If you were confused as to what I was referring to. So I think what I might do is put these. This was a great spread, good run. I'm not sure I really want to go back to this deck. I feel like for my own sake and for y'all's sake, that should be it for this deck tonight. I feel like it was so good. I don't want to keep it going. I don't want to drain myself anymore. It's kind of late at this point. I'm already 2 hours deep. I don't want to start doing some fucking whack-ass alien shit. Not that y'all are whack. And I feel like I was kind of deterred to do it, but I feel like it was a very symbiotic and influenced 5. kind of thing. Like this deck is always going to connect, you know. Is this Curtis Mayfield? Yeah, give me a love. Maybe I should do a love reading before Valentine's Day. I was going to try to wait to Valentine's Day, but I literally wore my heart-shaped glasses and my fucking pink bells. These are, okay, all my bells are different colors, and their colors represent things to me. So the pink bells are the love bells, and I haven't worn them in a while because I'm like, I'm good on love. I'm good with self-love. I'm good with like being in love with any given moment of my life. You know, I don't need anything going on to feel love. So I don't need to inspire love. I have love. Oh my god, Two of Cups. It's second position water, but this is like the love card in the Rider-Waite. So something has been screaming, especially Hounds of Love. I think I might do a love reading tonight, even if it's brief. I might pull out the pink deck. I feel like it's only fair and appropriate. Even though I was trying to wait till Valentine's Day, we might as well see what's going on before we get there and do a big night of it, right? So we ain't getting any younger, are we? But I'm for right now gonna put these away. We're gonna roll some ads, take a chat break for probably at least 30 minutes, and then do maybe a 30-minute reading rather than a full hour of the pink deck. Just check in with our soulmates romantically and see what's going on. So very cool, very cool. But yeah, I think we're gonna say goodnight to this deck. We love this like masculine feminine combo. We got this earth card at the bottom of the deck. Sixth position earth, masculine coming with feminine nurturing energy. We love to see it. We love to see it. What's at the top? We love to see it. Okay, thank you. That was really nice. That was really, really nice. Oh, I'm gonna roll the ads, get my shit together. I will see you in about 3 minutes. Well, golly, why'd you have to go and tell me that? You know I'm gonna wanna fucking talk about that. Oh, I forgot, we're gonna take a quick break. I was about to jump right back in the reading, y'all. That's nuts. I'm here. We're gonna chat for a bit. Actually, yeah, we're gonna chat. That was the plan anyway, huh? Let's see. For ads, we've got 30 minutes. I'll probably roll a few while we talk, and we can get a good stretch. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to make this reading for an hour, but like we discussed, it's kind of nice to have the hour to just let it flow uninterrupted. So you say that song a lot. Do you mean like the whole? Because when you were younger, you mean like were you younger in the 90s? So you're saying like maybe, or are you not that old and you like that song? Because at a time in life you couldn't not listen to the whole thing, right? So I guess I'm asking your opinion on Cloud Stays Metallic right now. Like in the most awkward human way possible. I'm like, do you like one of my favorite albums or is that just the one song? Because big agree on that. I love that song. So God, I don't know if you want a can of worms with me right now, but I right, but I'm saying like, were you was that 1995? No offense, was confused. I had it on CD at one point, and I think I just give away a lot of my possessions, but um, I like a lot of their music. Also, I covered the album before, not before that, but before they were signed to Warner, or the first album that they were signed to Warner Brothers. I think Stephen. I don't think Stephen Drost is on. No, he is on that album. I think that's the first album Stephen Drost is on. Or he at least has credits for it. I don't think he wrote any of the songs, but I think he recorded some of it. Hit to Death in the Future Head. Okay, yeah. So you okay? So I was like, Are you talking about the '90s? Or are you talking about when you were young was not the '90s? That's what I was getting at. Okay, I'm sorry. I was like, I wasn't trying to ask your age or force you to like reveal your age to us. So that's why I was like, oh man, I'm making this conversation way more awkward than it needs to be. Um, I think now that I'm not using the mystery deck, I'm kind of cool without the headphones. It feels kind of okay to have them off. I paused my music on heroin, by the way. Yeah, so I don't know if you were just into Cloud Stays Metallic, but I covered Hit to Death. So I really, yeah, it's not like a nerve to strike, but lightning strikes the postman in his hand. I used that in my story yesterday too because I was doing. I think it just came on shuffle. Um, love that. I love Cloud Stays Metallic. Definitely one of my favorite albums. Not just by them, but maybe ever. There's a lot of good gems on that one. I think When You Smile is my favorite of all the songs we already mentioned, right? There's so many good ones. That intro, Psychiatric Needles, so good. Anyway, we're doing a free chat. I was babbling about this because this chat seems to be quiet. Feel free to ask any questions or make any statements or say anything you want. Yeah, for sure. Like this mirror. I was inspired to buy this mirror because I was like, yo, it's like literally a metallic cloud, technically, right? So it was also for $1 store, so why wouldn't I buy that? Yeah, free chat time for a little bit before we get into the next reading. I should have specified when we said up next was the love reading because people are probably fucking waiting on it. But we know when the screen changes is when we'll know when the cards come out. But I did pull them out right away and even set up my pink moon because we're like getting romantic tonight. And the scarab is here. Totally forgot about the scarab. So we'll get to it. But I'm, just being me, unwinding, disconnecting from the last one so we can get into the more human one, if you will. So yeah, I guess it's not as chatty as it was earlier, but it is much later than it was when we started, so can't blame anyone for that. That's for sure. I'll keep it with mine. I love Nico so much. It's stupid. I get that some people are not great in life, but sometimes in death they become exactly who they always meant to be and couldn't be when they were still living, right? So, very cool. Very, very cool. What else is going on? Ooh, there we go. That's cute. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Lovey dovey. Yeah, we are doing lovey dovey, but first we're having free chat. Any more questions and whatever. Um, I think everybody kind of is the gateway album of Yoshimi for sure. I feel like well, I think I in high school was friends with people who were already pretty into them, so I think technically the first album I heard was Clouds Taste Metallic, but I didn't really know who they were. Um, Actually, it may have been Transmissions. No, I think it was probably Clouds. I just remember seeing the video for She Don't Use Jelly, and even though I was already like doing drugs and shit, I was just like, I don't really get it. I'm just not about it. I don't understand the whole concept. You can't say she uses Vaseline and say she can't use jelly because like it's petroleum jelly. So it was just dumb to me, and I was like, no thanks. But then maybe a year later, a few years later, I saw them play Dark Side of the Moon at Bonnaroo. So it was like, okay, I want to see anybody play Dark Side. I was a huge Pink Floyd fan, and then their set after that was like, oh, it's so magical because it's the Flaming Lips. Um, and then I think no, I went and saw them again locally. It was Friday the 13th, 2011, um, during tour season. And that was cool. I was that night. But I was young. And then I still didn't listen to any of their music, right? Because I was like really into raves at the time. So it was a cool concert. I really liked what I heard, even if I didn't resonate with it in my earlier days. It wasn't until I saw them that I was like, all right, I'm kind of into this music. But I was very distracted by the rave scene and into EDM until someone gave me a copy of Yoshimi. That's why it's like, yeah, that's like the gateway because even though it wasn't the first thing I heard, it was the first thing that I like listened to their whole album all the way through on my own without someone playing it or seeing them play it. And then I got into everything after that. Oh, I don't know. I think it's not that I lost count because I know people who have seen them like probably triple digits by now, but I've seen them like 15, at least 15 times. I feel like that seems. You would think that I'd seen them more, and I guess I saw Electric Worms or whatever, and like went to a lot of the other events, but I think I only really seen them play 15-ish times. But like I love, music festivals, so a lot of them performances that I saw were festivals, but don't think I didn't travel states to go see just that with some weirdo people. Part of my life I didn't really ever expect to talk about again, to be honest with you, but it's come up as of late. Not really sure why, but I just try to lean into it. Spirit's trying to tell me something, or someone's trying to show me something, or somebody's going to do something that would make me think that you're doing something that's like so intentional. That's so weird. But I do it too. Oh, dude, Embryonic. I was hardcore into Embryonic by like 2013. Like I was, yeah. I didn't even know who they were until that. Well, I probably knew who they were, but again, like my friends in high school probably played it, and I was just like not paying attention, or I was probably equally inspired by it, but didn't realize what it was at the time. Because yeah, that checks out. But I was into Animal Collective, so Merriweather Post Pavilion came out that year, and I'm just now realizing that that must have been a really good year in music if both those albums came out, because they're both top tier albums for both those fucking bands, bro. Merriweather, oh my god, I love Merriweather Post Pavilion. I love Animal Collective. I love so many, like Strawberry Jam. Even Sung Tongs is like cool. Blue Tigers is probably one of my favorite songs ever. But
Meriwether Pavilion as a whole is like so gorgeous, beautiful, perfect. Made in a month. Love that energy because I made this in a week. Not including all the paper art that probably totaled a month. It's fun. I like it. It's not produced or anything, but if you're into that or if you know Hit to Death in the future head, you might enjoy my renditions. Seemed like the right thing to do at the time, but it probably is never anything. Doing anything is inherently the wrong thing to do. And it's, ironically enough, also love in a police-driven ambulance. The whole 90s era, it's like, sure, Yoshimi's cool. Soft Bulletin's like that turning point, right? I was super into that at a time, but like now the only stuff I listen to is like heavily concentrated in that 90s, like pretty much, I don't know, 91 to 95, because Transmissions is in there, you know. Love that sound. Been super into 90s everything lately. Like realizing how good the fucking Breeders are. Or like listening to Nirvana for the first time because I just started talking to Kurt Cobain or whatever. Inspired by him. Shit like that. So, yeah. If anybody else wants to change the subject, it's like this particular topic was sort of I don't want to call it a special interest of mine necessarily. Don't be sorry. That's what I was saying. Is like it's sort of a topic I can talk about for a bit too long, and I wasn't sure that it was that interesting of a topic. I'm sure a lot of people question what the fuck I'm doing a lot of the time, and may want to know more about certain things. Like, why the fuck am I on a toilet? Yeah. After he died, I was like 2 when he actually died. Not like I talked to him when he was alive. Sorry, I didn't mean to be a bitch. I'm not the kid in the pool. No. Sorry, it's like a sensitive subject because he's suing. Yeah, last year, Pisces season came up, and like I was saying, I was never really a Nirvana fan. I was almost like not into Nirvana specifically because I knew someone who was like way into them or like too into them. Don't like them. So I never got into Nirvana until more recently when I did talk to him and I did realize like, yo, he was a feminist and he was a poet, and I feel like I should really like him and not let someone deter me from like loving an artist or appreciating someone for who they are just because of who associates themselves with them. Which, not to be back on that subject, but yeah, no, I'm self-aware. As much as it could apply to someone else, it can apply to me. But yeah, no. Oh, hey, Dom, I didn't even realize you're still here. Yeah, Kurt was never that person for me. It was never that musician for me. So more recently, I'm realizing even how punk some Nirvana songs are. And yeah, Kurt came up Pisces season last year, and I want to say he was here. He was here for the sonnet night. I wrote sonnets. It was like Kurt Cobain, William Shakespeare, and someone's deceased brother that was in the military. Like, as weird as that sounds, I'm pulling out my notebook and I'm going to read the sonnets for you now. If they are Kurt Cobain. I'm pretty sure it was Kurt Cobain. It was really fun. It was really cool. Like, dude, October was so dope. I probably was doing too many, and I don't think I'm exhausted from the readings until I'm like sleeping and not able to do them for 2 weeks straight. They don't feel exhausting while they're happening. William Shakespeare, Kurt Cobain, Illuminati Mystics in collaboration from Beyond the Grave. And there was somebody's brother too. So yeah, I had all these notes on how to write a sonnet. So William Shakespeare was like, we're writing sonnets if you're going to do a channel reading. And Kurt Cobain was like, I want to write sonnets. I love poetry. I love Shakespeare. So then it was like that. But then like while I was streaming, someone who was watching his brother passed away. And he's like, oh, I kind of wrote some stuff, you know, dealing with my PTSD post-war. I'll get in on the sonnets. It was so random. Wish I knew the guy's name. Can't remember. Okay. I've thought about that. I feel like in a way, it's something that I definitely dabble with Nico. I feel like I was saying this last night where I played back a video of me singing, not just singing Nico's part in a Velvet Underground song, but singing like Nico with a German accent and fucking her cadence and her whole like, when I sing, I'm kind of like, but this video, I'm literally like this the whole time and singing like her. So I feel like it's something I practice in a sense. I don't try to make her music, I just recreate her music and sing like her. I was thinking it'd be a cool thing to learn a bunch of her songs and play a Halloween thing sometime, Day of the Dead type shit. But music, I've thought about this. But I don't do instruments. I'm not really at that point. I guess I have like 10 months to Halloween, but you know what I mean? No promises. Because yeah, I definitely feel that. And I also feel like it's not really about, I feel like it's unfair to me to try to make new music as someone else, regardless of my skills. That to me feels like practice, or like I would just choose the one and it would be Nico. I wouldn't do it anytime I wanted to make music. I would pick like I'm describing one artist and do one show or one night or one take of them. I don't think it's something I would dabble in often. Oh my god, I was literally literally about to bring up John Lennon, so it's funny you say that. I would never do that. I don't even think he's dead. So just doesn't happen. I will address that. But the Beatles thing is like sometimes, dude, I'm pretty sure I know a Beatles song that they never recorded. It's like there are songs that come to me and I know that I've written them or Spirit wants me to have them and I know what songs are mine, but there is this song that gets stuck in my head and it's like it doesn't exist. And I can't even think of it right now. Because it reminds me of one of my own, but there's one that's like it sounds like a Beatles song, so I feel like John Lennon's always singing it to me and it's like, dude, that's interesting. But also he gives me voice lessons. He was giving me voice lessons. So I feel like I was channeling him while I was singing so he could teach me how to sing for a bit. But yeah, it's not really something I'd be interested in doing other than one night of Nico. It'd be very cool. We've been working hard on that. But yeah, handling unwanted spirits, I think for a long time when I refused to address the fact that I had any spirits around me, I definitely like interacted with anything or whatever, or like had no place to judge, right? That's why I'm all about judgment and using discernment, realizing that like people who say I don't judge, either have really bad boundaries or are lying. Both of those things are not great. So when it comes to something like an unwanted spirit, I feel like now it's as simple as refuting them. It's as simple as saying no. It's much harder, in my opinion, to get rid of unwanted human spirits. Or there was these goblin energies over the summer. I wasn't the only one who felt them. It was super fucking weird. It came up in some Reddit, like psychic Reddit or something, and someone was describing this creature, and I was like, yup, definitely felt that one. That kind of thing is a bit hard to deal with, but ultimately I think can be handled. But human living energy is something that I still struggle with. And some people are like, cut a cord, and every time I've tried to do a cord cutting ritual, something, prevents me from doing it. So I try not to do stuff like that. I kind of leave it in other people's hands, but if they don't cut and I don't cut, nothing happens. But I think unwanted human living energy is much harder for me to deal with because dead people are generally pretty respectful. David Bowie's come up and I'm like, sorry, dude, I'm uninterested, and that's been it. That's the end of that. So. It was a long process, I guess. Yeah, you could say that. Definitely took a long time, and I also had people really close to me die abruptly or violently, and I feel like that taught me a lot about death and connecting or having reasons to connect to the dead. And so I started with familiarity, comfortability, started with Jesus, started by praying to Jesus, and having him answer back. And then it was people I knew. And then it was, okay, now I feel energies and walking through life. And that's the part where it's like I had people who looked out for me, protected me in that way, but would also expose me to it. Yeah. So you kind of have to connect with your own people, your own guides, one at a time, 222 on the clock. I'm hearing like ghost face, get up. I think he's alive, isn't he? Is he not? I thought he was just like old at this point. Am I wrong? Yeah, he's alive. So I wonder maybe it's just someone who has passed away. Um, or there's some Wu Tang song, whatever song that is. I feel like it's not just one song. I don't know why that popped in my head. I've been listening to Wu Tang a lot lately, but um, I got like the sleepiness, like a channel message was gonna come through, but that's all I heard really. So um, I did just get this super wave of sleepiness. I don't know if someone else is really sleepy. And we're trying to hold out for this love reading. I think what I'm gonna do is roll an ad real quick, get up and do a lap, maybe have a quick snack, be back in 3 minutes, and then we'll do the love reading. I'm not getting into that kind of drama right now. Yes. There's so many ways to see the dead, and their perspective is different from person to person. But yeah, we'll be right back and on the tarot kick. We can discuss some of these questions and then get into the love reading. So stay tuned or come back. 3.5. think I am going to put the headphones back on. Tune back into the music. Oh! Ah! Headphones not plugged in all the way. It's the Velvet Underground. Okay. All right. So, I don't know that I want to get too into the conversation of dead people and how they stay up to date with current music, or in how many facets of life there are beyond this one. But we can plan for a Halloween stream. Oh, Friday. We are only 2 days away now that it's midnight, baby. The 27th, we're planning something to make up for Janice's birthday because I had no internet that day. And I kind of talked it out with her. We've been celebrating her birthday like 3 years strong, or this would have been our third year doing the Janice birthday bash. But we have a different thing coming up Friday. So totally forgot about that. Super excited. And I probably should make a guest list, but I think it'll just be organic. But it is going to be Halloween Oracle, so we can channel people. And he might be there. You know what? Okay. If you go on my Instagram, I don't know if you have Instagram or if you can watch it, even if you don't have an Instagram account. This is Kate Bush. But my old Janice streams, there's two, I think, from last year and the year before on my Illy Millie Instagram account in the TV section on my page, where Jimmy came up, I think, both years for her birthday. He's come up a few times. There was this Twitch stream, which might be on Patreon. I think it is on Patreon from last year, Pisces season, or February, because it was Black History Month and Pisces season. So we talked to like Kurt Cobain and like Black icons. It was kind of a random night. And that was another night Hendrix came up, I'm pretty sure. But that's so close to Janice's birthday that I feel like he didn't come up for her birthday or something, but did the year before. So he's come up a few times. I don't want to quote anything that I even said then or by him, but he did have some interesting takes on that because he was like me, where he didn't like the production aspect of music either, and all his earlier work is a lot messier. So it does make you wonder what he would do now. And I would go on a limb and guess that he would kind of make music more like I do and just not give a fuck about what's trending or what's like how technology advanced. He's always been that person who just improvised. And he is an innovator. He played a fucking right-handed guitar left-handed, so he literally, there's no way he would just stick to the script and do what he's supposed to do even to this day. There's like he would still be who he is for sure. I say that with confidence. Yep. Agreed. And I see myself as a more innovator type than like a skilled or professional or whatever the word would be. Like, I don't know. I think innovation is really important in creation, and you can replicate as many images as you want. You can replicate things that other people love and be popular, and it means like whatever it is in the moment. But innovation is what carries us through and progresses us as people in the long run, and that's what I'm here to do. Pardon me. Yeah, I could see that definitely having been his evolution, especially if he would have had different phases of his drug use or sobriety moments too. I often like to think about Frank Zappa being the fucking stone cold sober fucking Sally he was. But yeah, for sure. Tune in Friday. He might be there Friday. We're planning like a thing. I don't want to like reveal the thing, but it's January 27th, and it's in place of Janis Joplin's birthday. So maybe you can put the clues together. I was trying to have it be a surprise thing, but maybe since we're 2 days out, I should just say what it is if we haven't already figured that out. So I'm hoping he does show up very specifically. There's a few people that I'm hoping will be there, and there's a bunch of people that could show up, and that's kind of going to be the interesting part about it. So, love this song. Who is this? Flight Facilities. While I stare at you, do you want me like the other boys do? And they stare at me while I stare at you. This made me a good time. Like the other boys do, they stare at me while I crave you. And we have 30 straight minutes. So tune in Friday if you are interested in the channeled messages. If you're interested in talking to people in that type of energy, is Jimi Hendrix. If you want to watch the previous Janis birthday episodes, you can go out once again at Illy Millie on Instagram. If you scroll back, you don't have to scroll my timeline. It's all the TV, so it's only streamed. So you can watch any of them. I used to do the channel messages a lot, almost every single time I did readings for a while. But Janis's birthday is January 19th, and for the past couple of years, I have done a stream on her birthday. So if you want to catch Jimmy, he was on at least one of them. Jim always shows up for Janis. Jim shows up a lot, especially he was doing, I feel like Leo season, he was really present. That's okay. Yeah, the reels. No, not the reels. It's the TV. That's why it's even less. It's even more obvious. You'll figure it out, I think. But yeah, it's I'm hoping Friday that we will hear from Jimmy. Not to be a spoiler, but he's always in tow with Janis. It's very funny because it's I don't think they had relations, to be honest with you, but it's almost like they coulda, shoulda, woulda. I also have 2 Instagram accounts, and one of them I don't have any of those, but you're right, it might be the desktop. I am logged in, so let me look at my own page and tell you if it's there. Real save tag. No, it's not there. So I can't send it to you, I guess, if you're on the other desktop. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. We're going to do it again Friday, so just tune in Friday. You watch the replay after Friday in 2 weeks before it expires. All my past Twitch streams are eventually going to be on Patreon, but right now, from the start of my Twitch streams up until June of 2022 are currently on Patreon. It's just a $5 tier. It's $5 for all my streams. You can probably watch them all in a month, and if not, you can pay me $10. Who gives a fuck? It's all the past streams, but I haven't. There's so many on there, but I haven't finished uploading them. But that time frame does include Pisces season and Janis's birthday last year, so they're not as neatly titled because when I stream, I never know what I'm about to do, so it's hard to title them. Whereas on Instagram and when I did YouTube's, it was all pre-planned, and I would make the titles accordingly. But I didn't know, when I started streaming on here, it was a lot different. I didn't know how I was going to do it yet, and I still just stick to the kind of anything goes style. Rubbing the shit out of this bong again. I have phases. Some nights I hardly hit it, and some nights I go fucking crazy, and I don't know. I think it depends on the nature of the readings and where I'm at in my cycle, but to me, it's almost like it doesn't, I don't know, randomly affects me in different ways. You want it darker, and it's about to be 4:20 somewhere. Baby, yeah, you gotta love it. Perfect time to do a love reading, I guess. Couples who smoke together stay together. I don't know. I'm pulling up a love deck though. Can't wait for Friday. Please tune in Friday. It's going to be a great time. Making up for Janice's birthday in a super special way. And hoping to see a ton of people show up for her, for me, for us, whatever. Kind of love it. Feels weird to just jump into this right now for some reason. It's almost like we weren't really prepared for a love reading, and I feel like we weren't talking about a love reading. And I was like, oh, it's 420. You want it darker? Leonard Cohen is playing in the background. It's not very romantic vibes right now, is it? That's why it's like, I thought it was weird of myself to dress in pink and wear my heart-shaped glasses for the first time and wear my fucking love bells. I retired them a few months ago. I retired Love and Happiness because I was like, you know what? Those feel like something I have in me no matter what. And I don't feel a need to wear them or add them to my daily routine when I feel like I've gotten them down and I've achieved that. And I retired my 2 sets, but today I put the pink ones on. Right. That's why it's like, what is this? I don't know what the influence. Okay, maybe you have more of a love life than you think you do is the whole thing. Like, maybe that's the case for all of us, is like there's more going on than we think there is. And I personally, like, listen, I'm uninterested in people who show no interest in me. I'm far from wanting to chase anybody. So I feel like if it's not completely clear, obvious, and literally said to me that someone is interested in me, then I'm just going to assume they isn't. So it could be one of those scenarios where you're like me and you're very direct and you're very much like, oh yeah, no love life, but there might be someone who's just like completely obsessing over you and maybe even stalking you. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm dealing with. Is a lot of stalker energy around me. I've kind of always been that way, but lately it's like unwavering. No matter what I do, I can confront the situation all I want to. It just like never ends, it seems. I love love. I love being in love. I don't care what it does to me. Take these tattered boxes that you used to hold you close. Break them down, build them back up with your bones. I don't know if I don't remember the next line. And all I do is construct a mess and something less and a happiness and just sing. I love love. I love being in love. I don't care what it does to me. These pills are fine to pass the time, to laugh my mind is something. We'll take the chances and we'll rise above. Be the new statistic. I love being in love. Okay, to make it I got chills on for that some reason. I was singing it. Nehru's is alive. A lot of cards fell because someone probably fell to their knees, fell in love with me. No, I'm just kidding, but really though, if I got somebody stalking me, probably the case. I'm kidding. Like I have to pretend like I'm still kidding. No matter how much I can like be accurate in my intuition for everyone else's readings, for some reason everyone thinks that I can't know things for myself or on my own. Yeah, bro, it's not a secret. You don't have to say it. You don't have to get physically caught for me to understand or sense or know things or listen to spirit. Right? What song is on if you think this isn't about you? Flux Pavilion, The Scientist. Ouch, not what I was expecting. The Scientist? Yikes. I don't know if you're a scientist, you consider yourself a scientist, or it's some kind of chemistry between two people. You're not slick, you're not subtle, it's about to be a diss. So, while that felt personal to me in a sense, I feel it was very much a message for someone specific. That's kind of funny. So some cards fell. We'll check those out. Those are like the future if they're in the distance. So are these all upside down? No. All right. When it comes to love, I think again, when you say I don't have a love life, there might be a lot more going on in your love life than you think. You just are probably not aware of the things going on in your love life because there's people around you. Maybe someone's like crushing on you or whatever. I also love love. I am a very open person, so I have the capacity to love a lot and many, and so I'm very content with the love I have, as much as I'm open to experiencing love all the time, over and over again. So, while my love life is never dull, never quiet, never still, I am. There is still very little going on, so I agree. But I think this will be insightful for what's going on with others in regards to us, as well as this being a soulmate reading, where if you are feeling like disconnected from your love life, then you might think of some soulmates that you have. Maybe an ex you genuinely became friends with after you dated, maybe someone you grew up with and have always been friends with and has been by your side. It could be siblings, cousins, family. I feel like siblings can be so karmic sometimes, but some of them are soulmates if you're lucky. So those types of relationship might also show up in these readings. The love is not exclusive to romantic relationships, but there's usually like two distinct energies or narratives going on with this deck because it was intended for love readings, but has evolved to just encompass all soulmate connections. And sometimes with soulmates, it is non-romantic. It is just a soul bond. And the thing with soulmates and the way you would recognize a soulmate connection is that you are friends or lovers or in love or for each other, helping each other through things, holding each other's hand, getting through life together. That is like the definition of a soulmate, is someone who goes on the journey with you, right? Because karmics pop up on you when you least expect it to test wherever you're at. And a lot of times they're fleeting. They'll come in and out. They'll be, if they're tied to you, it'll sometimes be toxic or draining, or it'll always be very full of lessons with karmics. But soulmates are kind of there to help you through the lessons, right? And twin flames would be at the end of all your lessons. Once you've learned everything you need to learn, you come into union with your person who also has come to learn everything they needed to learn, and so on and so forth. Right? So soulmates, kind of, it's like, I don't want to call it the most basic connection, but it's the most common connection because you'll have the most soulmates and you'll have a few karmics, and you will only ever have like one twin flame, I think, at least at a time, if that's possible. So, like a pass the torch. Alright, that's kind of beautiful though. So, get your shit together, bro. I almost said your name. Not at this hour, but okay. Strength. Leo. Energy. Strength at the bottom of the deck. Kind of want to leave it face up. Ooh, and it slid. Something was telling me Page of Wands underneath it. So double fire energy. Strength to admit that you are vulnerable. Strength to start over. Okay, because the page is at the beginning. The page is not a very good offer, but an offer no less. A page is like going for it, even if they're unsure of themselves, even if they have no idea what the outcome will be. A page is there to go for things. Okay, so I know that the Judgment is sitting here in reverse, and there's two cards on top of it that are at an angle where they're not quite upright, but they're getting there, okay? But they're face down, so they might be in reverse, I don't know. But they're tilted, and we always honor that when I do readings, because if it's in the upright, it is what it is. If it's in the reverse, it's usually the opposite. If it's anywhere in between, it's sliding. It's moving, changing directions. If it's on its side, it can go either way, right? So these are like tilting up, but not quite there. Face down, not sure what direction they're in. I also have 3 face down cards right here, and a face down card below them. So most of this reading is face down. And I think that says something because we all kind of just mutually agreed that our love lives are love lives are a bit quiet, dull, non-existent. Is this Cannonball? Fuck yeah it is. But it's a 90s vibe where being in love is hip, it's cool, it's in right now. It's like, who else are you going to listen to records with? Who else are you going to write songs about? Like, just go for it. 90s style. Fuck the dating apps. Fucking meet someone in person. Chase after the one you let get away and have the big romantic moments. Fuck yeah, that's the energy. So I think you'd be surprised that you're gonna end up with like options. And I'm not trying to sound like a typical tarot reader trying to spin a story, but what I'm seeing is that we can't see what's going on. We don't see that we have options. When a card is face down, when I do readings, it's stuff that needs to come to the surface, things that need to be addressed, things you don't already know. Whereas things that are face up are things that are on the surface at the forefront and obvious to you. So when cards are face up, it's what we're working on, what we're dealing with, what we're experiencing. But when the cards are face down, it's what needs to be experienced. It's what needs to come up. So the fact that we're doing a love reading and all the cards are face down pretty much is very telling. It's stuff that hasn't happened yet, things that you don't know about, stuff that is going to be revealed to you. It can be secret admirers to the degree extreme. It might be stuff that's about to happen. It might be, again, people coming forward and being like, yeah, no, I definitely thought that I have feelings for you and thought it was mutual because we've been hanging out. And you're like, oh, here I am thinking like I don't have a love life and I've been fucking entertaining this person without even realizing it. They're a really cool person, you know? Stuff like that, where as long as you're strong and you know where you're at emotionally moving forward, I think there will be some successes, but I don't know. Let's reveal the cards. So dead center, I'm going to say this is you or us or me or you, you know, whoever the reading would be about, the first person, okay? Face down, separated, and then the three in front. So the three options in the front. Two of Cups, love, yeah. No, it's there. You might, I feel like if I said it's there, you might already know this person. There is a love connection that you're not addressing. There's a love connection for sure. And I'm saying that's the self. So it could be self-love, right? It could be that once you finally do accept yourself and love yourself, you're ready to come into union with someone, whether you realize it or not. It's like you passed all the tests or you went through your trials and tribulations and you're not maybe interested or looking, but it's because you worked on yourself and you haven't even realized that you've graduated. Like you're no longer in the academy for heartbreak. You are now graduated and fully ready to love again, even if you didn't realize that or know that. It's approaching in a sense. So we've got three piles. Now, I don't know if someone has three options and want to assign each pile. It's just one card. Or if it's going to be a reveal thing. I don't know. It could be about one person in a timeline, but it does feel like three separate things. What is this? Is this like the band or something? Just thought of Frank's. It is the band Atlantic City, and I just tasted Frank's Red Hot. I don't know if that's specific to someone, if you're like in Atlantic City or you've been to Atlantic City or you just like the band and you eat Frank's hot sauce or like somewhere in the South or something like that. I don't know why that all just. And then I smell curry or cumin or curry. I feel like it's Indian, but it smells like cumin. So I don't know if that is relevant to anybody. It's like a secret ingredient and something. Shouldn't say. So I don't know if that connected with anybody. Don't know what that's about. But yeah, love is there. So I'm assuming this is three options, but I don't know. And once again, this Page of Wands is a reminder that we need to be honest about where we're at emotionally at all times, no matter what comes up and no matter what we do, right? I am kind of digging this energy, right? Let's just see. So think about the three things or three options, three soulmates, three love interests, three reasons, three anything, three. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3. And I'll give everybody like a second here to just kind of think about that for themselves. And I'm going to reveal each card. And then there's a few more on the side. And then I might just wrap it up. You know, I don't know if this is a cool reading. It's getting, the crowd never really. It's like a Tuesday or whatever. I don't blame anyone for being tired or into this and maybe, yay. Oh, I love that. Love that. Love that. Love that. 3, 3, 3 and 3 people. So maybe we are doing like, that's crazy, right? 3 cards, 3 viewers, 3, 3, 3 on the clock. That's probably exactly where we are right now. So let's go. Card number 1, big reveal. Ooh. Okay, 2 of Wands coming back to offer the world. Holy shit. 2 of Cups, 2 of Wands. Okay, so we got 2-2. Second card reveal. Okay, can I say something totally sadistic? The other day, I did not even hesitate or pause to get a response for that. I'm just going for it. So the other night, there's a few nights in the past week that I literally didn't sleep, but I was so fucking happy and productive and like kept it moving, socialized, went out, made art, painted, had a great time, made silly decisions, like had so much fun that I literally sat there night 2 or whatever and was like, damn, whoever's losing sleep over me, I hope they keep losing sleep over me because it keeps me up. But I love being awake. God, thank you for giving me energy. Thank you for giving me all your energy. So this is very much that sleepless night energy. That's why I brought that up. The 9 of Swords, keeping yourself up all night, the self-inflicted wound. I always think of the 9 of Swords as self-torture, even like drug addiction, self-mutilation, like really, really masochistic energy where it's like, you know what? If you're going to torture yourself over me, keep yourself up all night over me. Thank you for the energy. Thank you, because I am creating over here. I am doing my best and living my best life, looking my best, feeling my best. And you know what? I'm sorry if that disturbs you somehow or if that keeps you up at night. But all you're doing is giving me energy. All you do is give me energy. So I appreciate it because who doesn't need a good energy boost once in a while? So to whoever is losing sleep over me, I hope you get some rest, but honestly, so ready for it. Bring it, okay? So funny. Someone's like longing and coming in with this like love offer, right? And then someone else is like losing sleep over the situation, maybe panicking about it. Maybe someone's thinking about a proposal and they just like don't know how to ask or something. I don't know. Third card, 5 of Wands, 2 of Swords. Okay, so we got 2-2-2 at 3-3-3 for the 3 of us. That's very, very aligned. So 2 of Swords, peace, finding peace in all of this. Finding peace in all of this. That's the point. You come forward and you offer what you have. The world is your world. It's what you give. It's not giving, so you can't give someone the world. You can't give someone planet Earth. You can't really steal the moon, Gru. Like, even Gru knew that, right? He grew out of it. Okay? So, like, 2-2-2, stop having sleepless nights and make your fucking move. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. Just go for it. Just do it. I don't know if I need to be taking my own advice, but like there's clearly a connection here. There's clearly some stuff that needs to be said. It seems like the feminine energy would be the 2 of Swords depicted feminine. The femme's at peace. It's the masculine who's looking back and wanting to come in with the offer, and yet the masculine is the one who's like laying down and dying, but basically killing himself for no fucking reason. And it's like, okay, well, I'm going to stay at peace. Thank you. Like, you may come back and try that proper, but if you can't do that, then like nobody's held up on anything but you. So if you want to be unstuck on it, stop blaming the other person and recognize what you're doing to be there. Steal my sunshine, Violet. Nobody's stealing your sunshine, bro. Shine on your own. That's what you need to realize. And also understand that people have free will, so you'll never manifest a person. And also, like, you can never own someone. Just like you can't steal someone's light because everyone has their own light. You cannot steal or covet your neighbor's wife because your neighbor doesn't own his wife. Like, the possessive nature in love is so concerning, where it's just like, do you focus on you? Go for what you want. Don't worry about what other people are doing. Don't worry about what's going on. If it ain't fucking obvious, then it's worth asking, don't you think? You cannot. It just seems like it's all right there. I don't understand. I think this is why a lot of us were a little hesitant to do the love reading, and it's such a weird crowd to be receiving these messages, right? Because look, okay, I love you. Part of the song. 5 of Cups. Oh, sad boy shit. That fucking masculine water energy. Oh my god. Sad boy or mad boy? Pick your fucking flavor, bro. Take a drink. Like, I can't. Y'all just want to kick over cups and be like, oh my god, my cups are spilled. Can someone fill them? Help me clean this up. Tip my cups back. You're the one who kicked them over. And the only way anybody's going to help you fucking deal with that is if they don't know that you're the one who kicked them over. Okay, this feels too personal to read. I literally could give a fuck less. Scorpio resonating. Cups. Tower. Queen of Wands. Sixes of wands. You walked into something, know it would end, did it anyway, accepted it, helped the situation, everything blew up in your face, you came out stronger, and they are walking away a better person, basically. So it's a win-win. What is the worst that could happen? Queen of Cups? Someone else doesn't like it? LOL, yes, exactly. Oh my god, I cannot even get into that because it's so true. It's like emo dudes with temper issues. Like sad mad boy. The dudes who like cry but also punch holes in walls. Okay, it's not funny, sorry. Go therapy, bro. Anyway, so that's that. Ace of Cups. It's about mental fulfillment just as much as it's about emotional fulfillment. It's about having the positive perspective and realizing your cup overfloweth and it need not be filled or refilled or half empty, half full. It overflow. That's all you need to know. Pour, give, take, drink, replenish. It flows. Love that energy. Flow like water, So these two cards, there's Judgment in the reverse underneath. So there's a couple of things that are still being worked on here. It's like you're so close to making progress on. Oh, I didn't mean to look, but yeah, it's the Nine of Pentacles and the Emperor. And they're like this. So it's like on the other side of things, you're a great pair. The femme on femme, masculine on masculine, right? Because the Emperor is Aries, which is fire, masculine element, and the Earth, which is feminine and a feminine masculine depictions, right? So it's like super strong kind of like power couple thing, but it's almost like once the feminine is this for real? Explain all the ways that you're making me feel. I literally just brought this song up like an hour ago. Driving you behind the steering wheel. Ooh, touching you. Ooh. Touching me. Touching you, God, you're touching me. I believe in a thing called love. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. The times we can make it now. Keep rocking till the sun goes down. I believe in a thing called love. Okay, that's so great that I literally was making jokes about like, oh, I do black magic and dark magic. I like the darkness, and I do believe in a thing called love. Minute, every hour, every day. I love this song. It gets me so hype, and I do not need to be hype right now. Thing is okay. I wish you guys could listen to music with me, but it's like against the rules. Touching you, touching me. Touching you, cause you're touching me. So yeah, you're really close. You're really, really, really close to being the emperor that you need to be to make the offer, to have the stability, to have the leg to stand on, the double masculine energy, fire sign, and male figure. So you're very close to being on your own 2 feet again, and this feminine energy, you're very close to being independent completely. Look, she's got everything behind her, everything she needs, but she's not necessarily distracted. She's fixated in the present. She's not worried about anyone but what's in front of her and enjoying what she has. And so you're both about to be in very good places where the feminine will be completely independent for the emperor to come in and make the offer, right? And once you get to that point is when you realize that you no longer have judgments. You no longer have judgments, and you no longer think the way you did about love once you have the love that you look for or need, really. Not that you look for, but that you need. I get so loud. Dude, the song when my YouTube broke today, You and I, Lady Gaga, I can't sing that song for shit. Singing it at karaoke one time, it was fucking horrible. I was embarrassed for like 3 days, if not 3 weeks. But like, it was tragic, and I used to practice that song all the time. Lady Gaga is amazing. But, God, I was butchering it. I was so fucking loud. Everyone in my house could hear it. Thank God not everyone was home because that'd be really annoying. But definitely just like so, it's kind of funny, cute. It just sounded terrible, and I had so much fun screaming it. So I imagine like right now, me suppressing this. Oh, a double banger, bro. Ali. We never really established that. What do you think of At War with the Mystics? Because I think overall, as an album, it's not super strong, but the strong songs. You think you're so radical. I think you are the star. Say what? Fucking love this song. But you're going international. They're gonna call the cops. Alright, so we had some that fell on the floor earlier. I forgot about them. That's why I was like shuffling and singing and not paying attention. And then I was like, oh yeah, there is some from earlier that are our future cards. And then I dropped a couple more, and we're going to start with those. This is going to be the path to getting to this future thing. More face down cards, by the way. We have one face up card and 5 more face down cards. So it's interesting that a lot of our love life right now is yet to happen, and that's because some people are too scared to be making moves or being vulnerable or showing their emotions. 9 of Wands. You think you're radical, but you're not so radical. In fact, you're fanatical. Fanatical. Oh, you think you're radical, but you're not so radical. In fact, you're fanatical. Fanatical. Dude, I love this song. Like I said, not the best album, but the bangers on there, bang. Okay. Emperor underneath, too. This one. You know, you show weakness, so you may show strength. I'll tell you right now, you ought to change your mind. Yes. Okay. This is a future. This is the cards that land on the floor are meant to be in the distance. So we were looking at what's happening now, and if it's not happening yet, it's either happening behind the scenes, behind your back, unknowingly, about to come towards you, or unfolding in the next few months. But when we say future, it could be like post 3 months, but even like 3 years, or even really down the line without a specific timeline, but really just to say any time in the future, or once you get through these challenges you're in presently, or once the situation we just looked at unfolds, happens, choices are made, whatever it is, then this is when this occurs. So it's like an indefinite time, but it's not going to be anytime soon. This is definitely a peek into the future, but it doesn't have to be, you know, not a year from now or a decade from now. It could be any time. You think you're radical, but you're not so radical. You're radical. Fanatical. 2 of Cups again. I don't remember which way it went, but I think that's the thing, is like no matter what you do, there is something there. And I think that's what this is I was a little distracted and dancing and shit just now. So I honestly, because they were face down, I don't remember which one was up and which one was on its side. But when you look at these 2 cards, it's the Ace of Wands and the 2 of Cups. So the Ace of Wands being fire, passion, emotions, and all of the aces being some kind of offering. This is an offer of love or emotions or some kind of connection. But the 2 of Cups, which is representing a union, love, coming together, the two divine energies is one, where it's like whether you come in with this offer, oh, blind melon, nice. Tones of home, fuck yeah. Uh, this offer coming in or this union, I don't even think it's two different people. I don't think it's a choice. I feel like it's the same thing, that no matter what you do or no matter how you go about it or how it unfolds, something is going to happen because something is there. It could be that you're debating or deciding between like a fire sign and a water sign. It could be something like going for the physical attraction or like the passionate connection versus like the more thoughtful or tame one, I guess. I don't know, like real love versus maybe lust, but at the same time, I still feel like it's the same connection. And it's like no matter what you do, something is going to unfold. So there's no right or wrong move, but there's going to be movement where there's meant to be movement. And if you don't make the moves, life will do it for you. And the thing is, you can move a lot smoother and you can move with your shit together. But if the universe has to move you, it's going to be in a way that is painful. It's going to break things down, break things away, make things fall, tear things apart. It's going to be kind of like hurtful if you can't just do it yourself, you know? So beyond that, once you once you go through all these other choices, lessons, layers to whatever it is that was happening with all these soulmate connections, you get to this person or this situation, this fork in the road where you realize like, okay, no matter what happens, no matter how this unfolds, I have connection with this person. So then beyond that point, what happens? We have a face down card, and then we have the 5 of discs in reverse and 2 more face down cards. So we like to see that because the 5 of discs is like being left out in the cold. Wait a second. Did the auto, my pre-roll ads, I totally missed it, you guys. Did it pre-roll ads? Is it pre-rolling ads right now? Why did the pre-roll ad counter stop and nobody said anything? I guess I'll roll them? I don't know. I totally, wait. guess the song. You're just like a dream, just like a dream. Dude, I hate those ads because Ragu fucking sucks, bro. I'm Italian American, okay? Like, my grandma was born in Italy. She came here. She threw down in the kitchen. I've had homemade motherfucking sauce. And let me tell you, I have never liked Ragu. I have never liked Ragu. I cannot do Ragu. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't eat sauce from a jar. The Lalo, absolutely anytime. Even Barilla, right? I like them too a lot of the time. I always like season it up. You know what I'm saying? Classico, a classic. You gotta like doctor that shit at least a little bit. You can't just eat straight from the jar. That'd be a sin. But like, no, sometimes you just need a quick fucking pasta fix. It's not that big of a deal. But Ragu, I just can't do it. I don't know what it is about Ragu. And those ads are so funny because a mother would never, right? No, I'm kidding, maybe. I don't know. Sorry if I'm like too culturally tied to this conversation and being offensive right now to my ads. I don't think anybody cares. But yeah, I know which ones you're talking about. The Emperor is so present. That's so funny. Ace of Wands. Oh yeah, I said, okay, that makes more sense. Ooh, just revealed the world in reverse. Okay. So, amen. A fucking man. What is this, more Velvet Underground or something? Oh, it's Reading. It's so quiet, I can't fucking hear over my loud ass self. Yeah, so the world in reverse being revealed, this is like when you kind of go against your intuition, or in the event things kind of don't work out, or like, you know, for whatever reason, you don't go for it, or you don't do the thing, or whatever. No one's left out of the cold. You're not, like, it's not going to ruin your life. You won't be completely devastated. But also, you're not going to kind of have what you wanted inside either. Like, just because you're not out in the cold doesn't mean you are where you want to be. So the more that you fight the forces that be, the more you go against this grain, the more you, like, try to swim against the current when you know you're being drawn to something, the more likely you're going to fuck your life up long term, is basically what this is saying. Like, there is a reason you feel that. You're not, it's not like some kind of fucking witchcraft. God damn. It's not like some stupid fucking, you know what I'm saying? No one's doing anything to you. Going back to Althea, which came on earlier. Ain't nobody messing with you but you. We're guilty of the same. Maybe that's two different verses, but you get what I'm saying? And then, yeah, it's like the Six of Pentacles in reverse too, where it's like, complain about mouths to feed, don't have any. But then guess what? You're lonely. And all you want is love once more at the end of the day. So it's kind of like, yeah, if you have an inkling or from some kind of intuitive drive to do something, and you're sitting there being like, that's not logical, that's not real, this is their fault, I hate them for this, why am I thinking? You're kind of being an idiot about it, right? Yes, exactly. I love that metaphor, because you cannot just be like, oh, I dreamt about someone and now I'm in bed all day because they were in my dream. Well, I'm sorry. Sometimes I do feel like people can project themselves, but honestly, if we were both sleeping, what the fuck? How are you going to put that on me? Right? So, just, funny stuff like that. Ooh, Jane's Addiction. A word for you. Okay, I feel like that's it. Queen of Swords kind of tipping into reverse, letting go, maybe not cutting people off, maybe understanding where people are coming from and trying to work things out without using the knives and scissors and whatnot. Just like air energy, soft masculine, femme presenting, soft masculine energy. but also like putting an effort to avoid war and conflict in a sense. Other than that, I feel like this was a pretty good spread. I talked about it quite a while um, before how to say, I don't know, I intended to do 30 minutes and I think it was longer than that. It was not very many cards to make it last that long. Um, yeah. So, um, I think I might put this deck away. I think that might be all the tarot I'm doing tonight. We can chat a little bit longer before I go, but it would just be to wrap up my night. It would be probably nice to hit 4 hours. I don't know if anybody's up to stay down for 40 more fucking minutes, but my last few streams have been short and I started a bit earlier tonight, so I wouldn't mind chatting for a bit. I think I'm just done with tarot for this. So it's up to y'all if you feel like sticking around. I got no problem ending it early. While we figure that out, I'm gonna put this deck away. I guess I'll honor these couple cards that fell out, put this deck away, roll some ads, come back and see what's up. But I will be back as the chat. So yeah, just like a ton of emotional stuff, but it's all in reverse. So without putting in the work and without expressing yourself emotionally or growing on that level, you can never offer anything physical. It's really, you can't back it up with the emotional or mental. And I think that's the resounding lesson. So that was a nice reading. And for being a love reading, it was pretty big, pretty dynamic. Love it. Yeah, go after what you love and fight for who you love. You know. No. Okay. I can explain further about that. I'm so down to discuss that, and maybe if people watch the replay and get to this point in the stream, they'll understand where I'm coming from. But let me roll the ad. Thank you all. Oh, and look at that. The girlies. The Three of Cups. One of my favorite cards. Celebrating the ladies. Definitely will address that, but let's just roll the ad, see how much time we have. But like I said, I plan to just chat for the next like 30, 40 minutes. So cue them up. Okay. Back to the chat. So we are going to be done with tarot for the evening. I think both readings went really well and I really liked them. And I'm really satisfied and surprised with how they went. So I'm good with that. Like I said, I kind of want to make this a 4-hour stream. It's been a while. I notice people are more into them the longer they are. So okay, so when you say when you started streaming, did I read people's questions? Like, did I ever let people ask personal questions on here? Not really. And it's because I do find it draining. I've kind of run into this a few times on my channel, and sometimes the conversation will be sparked by people literally doing it, even though I have it in my chat rules that, like, I don't do personal readings, so don't ask and don't interrupt readings and stuff. I need to mention the color coding process here too, so people know when to talk and ask and when not to. But people can be so fucking annoying about it. Where you've been around long enough to know that you get a lot of personal stuff, and we discuss some of the, like, I remember things about you, so I know what might apply to you more than other messages. You know what I mean? And it does get really personal, and you know that because you took the time to get to know me, and you took the time to give as much energy as I gave. Because people talking to me through the streams is what makes the stream last this long and makes the reading so good. Even if it's not a personal reading and it is general, there has to be some sort of influence of energy to guide people towards the message, right? So it means a lot to me, but I need my energy to be reciprocated. It's not that I need it replenished, I need it reciprocated so that I don't get depleted. And some people, it's the people who come on here and ask immediately if they can get a reading without saying, hi, how are you? Right? And that's the thing. Someone followed me, they greeted me, they got a message instantly from their deceased loved one, immediately, just because they said hello. Like, people don't understand that. They are so fucking rude. It's not really that I'm against all questions in general. It's that I don't like you coming in and the first question you have is, hey, can I get a reading? Or no, hey, just can I get a reading? Where are your manners? I don't serve people like that, even if you're paying me, which you're not. You're trying to get something for free. You're being rude about it. You're demanding. You're disrupting. That, absolutely draining. Hate that energy. Hate that energy. People do it more than once, too, where it's like, do I have to ban you for just not even being the slightest bit polite? It's so weird. It's so weird. So I just across the board say no personal readings because it's easier that way to say I don't do that at all instead of to explain how I pick and choose when to address a question, you know? Because I will let people talk about their narrative because you'd be surprised how many other people might watch, even if it's the replay, they might watch the conversation and be like, damn, it's like they're talking for me. You know, it's like they're talking about my situation where I'm okay with that as long as it's a good give and take and it's not info dumping, trauma dumping, disruptive, and making it about themselves when other people are trying to share in the energy. Okay, I have been asking people what the fuck that shit means for months. The commands. And like, there was some extensions that I was trying to hook up to my Twitch, and I didn't really understand. Like, I didn't find one for commands, and a lot of the extensions weren't really working. So I'm really not even sure how, but I probably should. And I appreciate that energy coming from you because, like, as much as I do enjoy doing this, it doesn't really pay that good. So it's like I'm not trying to invest a ton of my time and energy into learning about something that I'm only doing for fun when I have so many other things to do that I find more fun and make me money. So, oh wow, okay. If I type the command, can it just like shows up or what? People always do the list one because I think readers do like tarot lists, but yeah, that shit is so draining. I don't like it. I also don't like putting people on blast, and also buy yourself a personal reading if that's how you feel. There's so much that goes on energetically, and we all have so much in common with each other, and like, you know, birds of a feather flock together, cats of the claw, break the laws, but like-minded individuals will gather, right? At the end of the day, like-minded individuals will gather. So I just feel like it's so discrediting and disheartening that people are so individualistic or narcissistic about this kind of thing, where they think that they are separate or other to everyone else and the collective experience. Thank you, Big Baller. I hope that you got the full message and don't go, can I get a reading? Just kidding. I'm not kidding, though. Please don't ask. I'm done with tarot for the night, by the way. If you're just tuning in, hey, I never do personal readings, is what we were just discussing. Why? But I am done with tarot for the night, and right now I'm just taking questions. So if you have any questions for me about my readings, or when the next reading is, or what decks I use, or anything like that, I'm answering questions right now for the next 30 minutes or so. As if they didn't hear me at all. Yep. Because here's the thing with tarot too, and I'm not saying this about anyone in particular because I don't really watch Twitch tarots. I literally might block you. I just said no, I'm not. Don't. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to react so poorly to that, but that is so shocking that there is also a delay on the chat, so I have to appreciate that. I was very shook by that. I'm sorry. It came off probably pretty strong by saying I should block you for that, but there could have been a delay in the chat, and I will give some grace, and I hope you can give me grace too. But yeah, the part of the reason tarot culture grows like that is because it's such an easy scam. Tarot's literally such an easy scam. It's such an easy scam. I say it so many times. A lot of tarot readers on the internet are not real tarot readers. The real ones were doing it before 2020. I didn't start my YouTube channel until before the pandemic, but there was a huge boom, and it even before that there was a lot of people who scam in tarot, but there was an influx of demand, and there was an influx of supply, but a lot of that supply was dirty, murky. It's easy to scam people. You have a deck of cards with all the fucking information in it. The cards work for themselves. You don't have to be in touch. You don't have to believe in the shit. You don't have to really have depth to what you're doing. You can literally read out of a book and it'll still blow people's minds because the cards are going to get dealt the way they need to, right? And so I think a reason that it is like that, well, there's that's what I'm saying, a variety of things. If somebody started reading tarot in the last couple years because tarot got popular, there's a good chance that they probably shouldn't really be doing it almost. It's different to start your channel because everybody was at home. And a lot of readers online have been reading for decades, if not years, if not a lot of them have been online for years. I feel like I'm more referencing a lot of the YouTubers that I watch, where there's definitely a vibe. If you're watching a live stream and you don't see someone's face, that's not always a tell because some people just don't like being on camera. But if they don't show you their face, a slight chance it's a bit scammy. But once again, that's not across the board because some people just don't like being on camera. But if you were watching a pre-recorded video, some things to look out for is when a reading, unless it's a section of a live stream, readings that start off without an introduction, without saying who they are or what sign they're reading for, what they're doing, and it just starts and it's tarot. Voice changers. Yes, some don't. Some people genuinely don't like being on camera. I'm kind of talking about the readings that a tarot reader who's doing real tarot and doesn't like being on camera is going to show their hands. I'm going to say that because they are okay with you knowing who they are and seeing them, even if they're not comfortable being visible. See, you just said I've seen hands and cards. So people who it's just the cards pre-spread and they don't show their hands or do movements or point to what they're doing or shuffle any cards during the reading, that's usually a pretty big flag. But again, I think it's harder on Twitch to be a scammer because you are live. Whereas if you're doing pre-recorded videos, you'll notice some channels, like YouTube channels, it'll have like, oh, Gemini, oh, Sagittarius, oh, anybody, right? And it's the same title for each video, and you realize it's at the same time length, and it's like, did you just upload the same reading and change the fucking star sign in each one? A lot of people will have clickbait titles where it's like this person's name revealed, and it's like, the fuck, what are you scamming people. You're just trying to get them to click your shit. You're not here for the message. You're not trying to fucking share information. You're not trying to uplift anybody, so I think there's a lot of really legit people online, but it's so easy to scam. So easy to scam. Another thing is, if you're talking more like Instagram, if you get a direct message from a reader and they say, I was picking something up, can I give you a reading? If you don't, the only time I've ever offered someone a reading is in exchange for something, for money, or because I know them personally and wanted to gift it to them. And I don't gift anyone a reading without asking them first. If it is not a gift personal to you and they're asking you if you want one or you need one or something, or like, I feel like you need a reading, scam. Readers aren't going to approach you like that. I would never approach a rando and be like, hey, I was thinking about you. I was reading something. Even if I got that notion, I'm going to keep my mouth shut until you come to me. I want to pour it into the general collective energy. I'm going to recognize that as a lesson or take it as an intuitive bait or whatever, but I am far from going to fucking bait you into doing it. That's scam. So it's not that all streamers are scammers. And I'm not trying to sit here and be like, I'm the only good fucking tarot reader on here. Not at all. I don't even watch half these Twitch streamers. There's nothing against them. I think it's just because I have such absurd hours, it's hard to catch like live streams, whereas I like to play back shorter, segmented YouTube videos. But I have more fun doing Twitch, even though I prefer to consume YouTubes. So, yeah, just as an industry in general, it's easy to scam people. And I think, historically speaking, like a lot of tarot readers were scammers. Yeah, that's fine. That's what I was saying. Like, if they're comfortable with their hands and they shuffle their cards and stuff, like that's totally legit to not want to be the face of your thing. But yeah, a lot of them who like just have the preset cards and they never, like, I've literally come across videos that have a voice changer on it, and I get like, once again, not wanting to know who you are, but that's also like, no, you probably took someone else's video and uploaded it as your own and put it through a voice changer so it didn't get flagged. Like, that's, it's scam me out there. And a lot of tarot readers, at least on YouTube, I don't know if it really happens on Twitch as much, but they'll have to say in their videos, like, don't, like, talk to me in the comments. I'm not commenting. You'll know if it's me. I don't have a separate account. I'm not going to ask for your money. I'm not going to fucking solicit you for readings. Like, so many readers start with that because people will imitate them. Oh, you have free reading. And it's like, what do you want out of this even? And they entice you to pay more, like drug addicts. So it's just in the industry altogether. But once again, historically, a lot of tarot readers were scam artists. And that's like the whole thing of the con of it was how some people survived, or conning the wrong or right people, if you will. But yeah, if you want to shout out one of your favorite readers, by all means. I would really like to get more integrated into this community, and I'm down to raid somebody if anyone's active in like 20 minutes. But like, I don't know anyone who does tarot on here, so yeah. Yeah. Cool. That was a bit winded of a question, and I was like, oh, I guess I answered. I guess that was pretty thorough. So, always know what to look for. Yeah, always know what to look for. Exactly. exactly. That's so scammy. And that's why it's like, I am far from want to just tell people what they want to hear. And a lot of people go from channel to channel and they're no better than the scammers. Some people, and I'm not trying to accuse you of doing this or anything. You were new to the channel. You were just trying to ask about the join list or whatever. I'm not trying to hold it against you. You stuck around and now you're having a conversation with this baller. I appreciate that. That is baller of you to do. We're balling now. So you seem cool. What's your sun sign? But that's why some people bounce from stream to stream and they come in and they say, "Can I have a reading?" And if I say no, they don't even stick around for an explanation to realize I'm doing a general reading, I'm doing collective energy. If you stick around, you might get to know me and get a very personal reading from me, but it's not something that I just offer up front to any rando who wants to come here, get the answer they're looking for, and if I don't give them that answer, they're going to go jump right to the next stream, not think twice about what I said, and keep looking for the same damn answer that they're not going to get until they come across a scammer, and they're going to have it coming by that time because they can't take a message or realize that not everything is about them until they get to that point. And that sounds harsh. That feels harsh. That sounds mean. I don't want to feel like a bully by saying that. But at the end of the day, when you're dealing with spirituality, that kind of shit is going to happen. If you can't listen to your guides and pay attention to the road you're on and be where you're guided and just continue to look for things that maybe aren't even there. But yeah. Powerful shit. I like your energy. I'm glad you stuck around. I'm glad we talked things out. Didn't mean to, like I said, I knew I was being a bitch, but it's after a long stream. It only happened like once tonight, but yeah, no, it's funny. You literally walked in while we were having that conversation, and that's why I reacted so poorly, because it was like you just missed it. Yeah, good. What's your sun sign? We kind of all know each other's sun sign. I'm a Taurus. So, if I had to guess, it's giving like Leo to me. I don't know if it's the red or if it's like big. Cool. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, and that's the thing. If at the end of the road there's a scammer to fucking catch that person who's been trying to fucking scam us out of our energy and free readings and shit, then so be it. I can't save everyone. If they don't want to stick around and talk it out and figure it out with us, then yeah. Oh, good. Maybe I'll just head over there and follow her myself. Sometimes I don't always. Okay. So maybe that's a cute name. Nice. Oh, gaming, art, and tarot. That's so me. Very cute. I'm all about. Oh, and she's. Wow. Okay. Okay, we aren't going to be here in 3 hours, but good to know that she streams early morning too. If we ever are up real late one night, we can always raid her. It's cool. I fought with her. So, yeah. Questions don't have to be restricted to tarot, but can be about tarot. Just like future reference, if you didn't already catch this message, if you see the screen is in this big, wide, artsy view and has the pink border, it means that I'm just chatting about any kind of spiritual or even personal questions you might have. But when the box is like a smaller screen and the chat's on the other side and it's turquoise, you'll know that I'm actually doing tarot. At this point in the evening, we're wrapping up in the next 20 minutes. So I'm not doing any more tarot for the night, but I am still going to be taking questions until we call it. So any questions, any varieties about anything that comes up or comes to mind, you're more than welcome to holler at me right now. Wow, what do you mean retired? Like they just got sick of doing it? I did the YouTube videos for 2 years and I've only been streaming on Twitch for 1, and I find that I got to a certain point. I am continuously growing at a faster rate on Twitch and have surpassed my status on YouTube on Twitch in half the time that I did on YouTube. So I like Twitch. Did they retire from tarot or did they retire from streaming? Because it's also like people are totally allowed to experiment and not everyone's going to stick to tarot. I've been doing this for over 10 years now, though, so I think it's definitely something I do. And that's why, like, people sometimes don't like that I'm expensive or they hate that I don't do personal readings or they fucking want to bother me and harass me and question, my practices. But, right. I feel like if I didn't have to stream, I don't know that I would. But ever since, like, I used to do all in person. Like, I contemplated starting a YouTube channel for tarot in 2019, just to, like, because people were requesting it. My clients were requesting it. There wasn't as much saturation in the market at the time. But I didn't launch my channel until 2020, January 2020. And then because COVID hit, a lot of tarot readers came to doing it, and it's totally understandable because, like I was saying, before COVID, most of my clients were either in-house, in-person sessions, or I did events that I would make, some good money doing, cheap readings, and it was fun, and I always had business. It was like I would have multiple bookings a week and have events at least once a month. So when I switched online, it was like people were excited about it and it was lucrative for a few months. But as COVID went on, the more saturated the market got and the more people had time to explore that. And so they wanted to get their own decks and they wanted to ask me questions about how to read cards. And it's like, bitch, pay me. You want to act like I haven't been doing this. Like, what the fuck? You don't get to just ask me the tricks for the trade so you can do it yourself, turn around and try to make a buck. Do you know how long I did free readings? Do you know how many strangers I read for? Free of charge, without question, without follow-up, without approval before I even accepted money, let alone charged a price. And people want to jump into saying, I'm doing readings for $20 when I just bought a deck. That shit's whack as fuck. I don't care if it's not a closed practice. That's so disrespectful. It's so disconnected to think that anyone can just pick up a tarot deck. Hello, Tiny Coffee Cups. I love your name. Sorry, I hope you're resonating with this. For anyone to just think they can pick up a tarot deck and disrespect anybody's lineage or cultural ties to tarot as if there aren't any. Excuse you. Just because it's not a totally closed practice doesn't mean that it's just on limits for everyone or that there isn't rituals to follow. And there's this whole idea of like, oh, no gatekeeping, don't gatekeep. There's a reason spiritual practices have rules. And the thing is, before the internet, not that most of you can remember fucking that, is a lot of our history is passed down orally for a reason because 1, sometimes you don't want that shit on record. 2, sometimes it's only a need to know basis. 3, sometimes things are meant to evolve over time. But to disregard that because it's not written down, dude, there's such a toxic side to like witch talk and like spiritual Twitter and all the like. I was trying to even just be on social media when I first was starting the streaming and stuff, and I quickly was like, oh hell no, this ain't my people at all. Like so much skewed misinformation surrounding it. It's almost like intolerable to an extent where it's like, no. What 18-year-old is deciding this for themselves based on something they saw some scammer post on TikTok? Because really, don't be doing these random spells you see on the internet for free. You never know what the fuck they're charging if they're offering it for no money. Period. So stop. I feel like that message was channeled specifically for somebody. I'm guessing Tiny Cups of Coffee, you may be feeling this or thinking this, and like maybe you're not in the position to like say it out loud because you're like, I'm gonna bite my tongue because I'm just saying whatever. Or maybe you needed to hear it, but I'm getting this energy that you were like, for some reason, as soon as you came on here, I started getting even more passionate about that. But it was kind of to answer to the statement that a lot of streamers retire because, yeah, it's an oversaturated market and it's very hard because we have nothing to prove. And, like, yeah, the in-person stuff's always been more lucrative than this shit. Not that it's shit. I have so much fun doing it. It fills a huge social need for me because I am a bit reclusive by nature. I think it's meant to give us weird energy. It's meant to disrupt our attention spans. It's meant to be repetitive. It's meant to be mind numbing. It's meant to be hypnotic. Like, yeah. And I appreciate the culture, but no, none of this was ever supposed to be mainstream. That's kind of the point. Giving away your magic, giving away your secrets, there's always a cost. Every transaction has a fee and a reaction. So, like, yeah, people are fucking messy, bro. It's just so messy. And I use TikTok. I upload TikTok, but I don't do tarot over there. I don't know. It's just like there's too many like random spammy kind of like weird accounts. It's just not the vibe. I don't mind TikTok overall, but not for spirituality and shit. No. Yes, absolutely. I think a lot of aspects of our smartphones feel like an intrusion of privacy. Like, great example is just when I'm put my YouTube music on shuffle, but I'm around someone who's like, oh, I love this song. And I'm like, yep, I never listen to this. And YouTube never plays this, but it probably knows that you're here and it's trying to impress you for me. Thanks. That's what I'm saying. You never, if they are not asking for money, they have intended it for you to give them something else. And that's like, you have no idea what you're signing up for. You have no idea where they got this spell from because, they looked it up on the internet, they replicated it in a video, and you're going to trust that these people know magic when they didn't even show you who they are. You can't even see their hands. Like, you don't even know if they made the video. It's so scary. And it's like, there's a reason magic's always been underground. There's a reason magic's always been passed down. There's a reason magic is ritualistic because it's meant to be powerful. And the more you share it, spread it thin, the less of a protective layer it is. How is that not obvious? How is that not basics? Like, I never felt a need to speak up on these things because I always felt like I was still practicing, but that's the thing. It's an ongoing practice. So at this point, I have to recognize that I'm gaining elder status in my age and in my years of experience that I do need to kind of step up and say these things and take a little bit more charge on the subject if I care about it and want to protect it as it's been protected all these generations before us. We have to put an end to this madness, you know? Great conversation, y'all, by the way. I love it. Really love the addition of the tiny coffee cups. You know, I love me some espresso. So they usually put them in those little tiny coffee cups. But yeah, we don't have to keep talking about this. If anybody has any other questions, it can be relevant. It doesn't have to be a question. It can be things you are passionate about that I can add on to. Like I said, I wanted the stream to be at least 4 hours. We can check in 10 minutes and see how we're feeling. Might call it a night. I'm not feeling super tired now that I'm not doing tarot. But it can all change. Okay, that is so vague. So this is a great topic, and I could see us talking about this for a minute. So I appreciate that. What would you consider, if I may ask a question in regards to your question? I'll show you my face. What do you consider the Great Awakening? Because I will share mine once I know what you're referencing. I can answer your question and then tell you my interpretation of your original statement with my first interpretation. So I do like to draw my face. I did plan on drawing my face because it went with the color scheme and the anime theme, but today I was doing my makeup and I let my mascara dry, but not long enough because I've been using this waterproof mascara. I think it's waterproof. I don't know. It's just super wet. It's like not super expensive mascara either. So I fucked up and it got all over and I already had like all my makeup on. So I was like, you know what? This is why you're supposed to put the mascara on probably before the makeup so that you can cover up any blemishes or wipe it off without wiping off all the makeup. And I totally get that, totally respect that. I am not good at makeup. So I was like, fuck it. We're going to make it messy. We're going to make it cool anime survival final girl vibes because the look that I was going for today was like if Lolita was a full length, full feature anime movie about a girl who actually gets revenge on that pedo dude instead of just however the book actually ends. Because, you know, the braids, the sunglasses, and everything. So that was my precursor to showing you what the fuck's on my face, because it's literally just a mess. I thought it's like glittery. I thought it looked kind of like tears, but also like war paint. Like a combination of tears and war paint. You know, if Lolita was like an assassin or like, once again, just sought revenge on that guy and killed him. You know? It's the, yeah. As an anime, though. Cool. Yeah, all right. Okay. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, right. You can't really see the glitter with the ring light, but up close, like when I look in the mirror, I'm like, oh, this is actually kind of cool because of the glitter. But without being able to see that glitter, it looks really weird. And I think the sunglasses make the hearts look dynamic enough to be like, whoa, what is going on there? But that, yeah, literally looks like I fucked it up, but I did it on purpose because I had fucked it up and needed to cover it up. So. All right, so back to the actual question besides just what's on my face. A fuck ton of makeup that you can't see. Not a fuck ton, but kind of. I've been trying to do the cover up and stuff and like learning to contour without making myself look dead because I already have like barely any fucking cheek, you know, or like I have the high cheekbones, so it's like this. But I don't think everyone is. I think you might be in a little echo chamber, not in a bad way, but don't ever think it's everyone. It's so frustrating how many people don't. And you have to understand that people will, even if they hear their higher selves or hear their guides, a lot of people are going to fucking do what? Drink about it, do drugs about it, black out, be out of touch, make themselves unavailable. They get scared, they back out. Never think it's everyone. Know that what you're doing is important. It's individual to you. And many individuals do it, but your journey is specific to you and those who are on that journey with you, but it's never going to be everyone. There's a lot of points that I'd like to bring up. Okay, we have 20 minutes before I have to roll another ad, so I wanted to make sure before I got too into something. So I love that you said Great Awakening because what I thought of, the reason I asked you what you meant by that is because there is a Great Awakening going on. And I think many societies over time have discussed this or been on the same kind of tip about it or same idea, same timeline. But the one that I guess I would reference in particular is definitely the Mayan calendar, right? Yeah, what? You're just see, and this is what I'm sorry, I don't know what's your sun sign and your pronouns, Cups? We love knowing sun signs and pronouns. Wait, is our big baller still here? Because he never gave us his. I say his. I never got their sun and pronouns either. I always forget about that. Um, LOL. But anyways, you see someone at the beginning of their spiritual journey saying, "Oh, you heard your guides before, haha," because it's coming in so clearly that people who were unaware of it before can now hear it, and people who, thank you, and people who were kind of able to hear it are hearing it more clearly. So I kind of love that interaction. It was very perfect for the conversation we're having. Beyond that, so back to this Mayan calendar thing. So I bought a book from this hippie shop. It was like $1 because it was old or whatever. Used books. No, your sun sign is your main whenever your birthday is star sign. Sun sign, star sign, same thing. Pisces love my channel, by the way. I don't know what it is. It's like the only one I haven't crossed off my fucking hit list is Pisces, and they just flock to me on here for some reason because they're like, Let it be me. No, just kidding. I've made that joke too many times. I'm gonna fuck around and really find out. But yeah, not so many Pisces in my real life, but so many Pisces on my stream. I definitely love mutable energy in real life. Um, so I do get a lot of mutable energies, and I'm triple fixed, so a lot of fixed energy as well. There's the occasional cardinal that'll come through, usually an Aries or a Libra. We've had random Capricorns, but there's like a lot of my regulars, I guess. People who have been watching me for a while tend to be Virgo, Pisces, Leo. Not really Taurus. Leo, I feel like, is a big one. Pisces is a big one, and Virgo is another big one. We'll have a flood of Geminis every once in a while because, like I said, I love mutable energy. Sagittarius here and there. There's usually a Taurus that'll pop in once or twice just to check in, but like I'm a Taurus and I feel like Taurus energy doesn't need to be bountiful. I love mutable energy, so I attract a lot of mutable energy in my real life and here. But on Twitch, it's more Pisces than it is in real life. Real life, it's like Gemini and Sag, number one for me. I don't know. I feel like it's the most complementary to what I need, being triple fixed. And then also Virgo, typically. I feel like I try to stay away from Virgos, even though I do attract them and love them. And Pisces makes the most sense and is just least experience. So, didn't mean to go on such a tangent. Yeah. I really am cool with any pronouns. You'll notice I use she a lot when I'm talking in third person as if I were quoting someone viewing me, but that's because I know I'm perceived as a fully she, her, but I'm very much she, they, him, whatever. Anything goes. Zir type person. No pronouns, so any is fine. You know, I'm about the fluidity. I feel like I'm just me. It's Illuminati. You know? So I vibe with it. We're very forward thinking on this channel, but when I'm doing readings, good. Yeah, you probably leveling up. I remember, like, I still get chills whenever something's really real. You get chills. So for a while, when I'd get them, it was like, whoa! It's like I'm getting all these messages. I remember those days. Oh yeah, so Great Awakening. Okay, so something I just want to tell you about. I bought this used book for $1 at some hippie shop in in the mountains. Um, I don't know. Nothing really. I don't know any of you, so it's hard. Nobody comes through super tough, but I always do feel like because you are a Leo dealing with a Taurus, I feel like you come up a lot. Like I said earlier, like I watch Taurus readings and it's always about a Leo, and my life is not about a Leo. So I feel like you're very present, but I feel like there's this weird, like, you're on a divine pursuit, and it's funny because it's like I should never encourage someone to chase after someone, but there is something to your connection, and I think that's the only thing I really get from you. And I think that's all you really were trying to get from this channel anyways, so I think it kind of works. Those my boots. I was like, whoa, that really sounded, that was funny. Um, but yeah, so Great Awakening, I bought this book last summer in the mountains. But it was from 2012, about 2012, the clairvoyant call. And it was about how the Mayans had predicted the end of the world, and it just dissected what that really meant. I was reading it. I think I got to chapter 5. No idea what the fuck I did with it, and I'm so mad because I wanted to read it for 2022. But I moved a few times, so it was like, man, I can't even find it. Like, I don't even know where it is. Oh well, like, too fucking bad. Haven't finished it, but it was really interesting. And they were basically saying that the reason the Mayans considered that 2012 date to be the end of the world is because they thought of it as like a time period or an era or an age. So at that time, was supposed to be, or supposedly, the mark of the golden age, where things became based more on knowledge and wisdom than they did on monetary things. Or it went from golden age to not rainbow, not sparkle. I think it went, I don't know, it was like bronze, gold, something else, where we were moving into this new era. Oh, for sure. I meant like being on Twitch watching tarot readings. You maybe were interested in knowing more about your situation, and that's how you came across me. Not that you're using me specifically for it. Thanks. Oh my god, was that random? Who the hell is Space Bat? That's so cute. I love that. Thank you. What a happy time. Look at all those hearts. Things haven't been the same since 2012. The internet hasn't been the same since 2012. I always like to point out 2013 is pretty much when the internet started booming, when we saw the pop-up of a lot of apps. Instagram had a new features. Twitter, I think, is older than that. Snapchat, I think, came out in 2013. I think Facebook went from being a browser to being an app that year. Like, it was a pivotal time. I got a smartphone. People already had smartphones, but if I got one, that was like the late bloomers, the laggards on that. We're finally starting to pick up where you couldn't not have an email address anymore. Couldn't have, you had to sign up, basically. I remember that. 2013 was that pivotal time where we switched over into digital, period. Okay, thank you for the gift. You were so sweet. Thank you so much, Ali. It was great having you all night. I was going to wrap it up. I said after 4 hours, but this was an interesting enough topic where here I am pushing through. Not that tired, though. Really happy to have you here. Would hate to just abruptly end. But yeah, catch the rest of it tomorrow. When the replay's posted. Love you. Thank you so much. Super fun times with you. Thank you. Good night, alien friend. So 2012 being this mark of like, this is when it ends and it's supposed to start over, we're at the point where we're 10, well, last year was that point where we were a decade in. And because it was like such a significant, drastic, stark change that we hadn't noticed until 10 years later, we looked back and we're like, damn, no, the world really was different. It's not as simple as to say, oh, in the 90s, because it didn't really change in the 2000s. Things were on the slow climb. Things were developing at the same consistent rate throughout the 90s and the early aughts. It truly wasn't until 2013 that the internet started to be the sort of like viral sensation that it was. There was a way to live a life without it, and now it's like when you meet someone without social media, they are either super out of touch with reality or they're hiding shit, right? Like it's like so integrated in our society, and people feel like, or I think people think that it's been this way since the 2000s for the past 20 years, but it's been like 10, if that. 2016 is when shit really started to be like the social justice warrior movements. It was a little bit 2015, but it really was taking off in 2016, and that's when you saw things like Black Lives Matter happen, and we were taking live streams to the streets and saying, this is happening in our communities and shit. Like, that was all like 2014, 2015, we had the capabilities of doing it. We toyed with these conversations. So 2016 is when they actually started happening. So we are seeing these rapid rates every 3 years. 2019, what happened, ended with COVID. That's so insane to think about. So it's happening super fast, where I think this awakening that you ask about or bring up, and then the way I'm contributing it to that 2012 transition of this new era for the Mayan calendar, there's like this sense of reflection that's not necessarily an awakening. No one is guaranteed going to have a personal revolution over an idea. Go for it. I'm going to keep finishing this one, but ask the next and I'll get to that too. I think people are reviewing the last 10 years, questioning their actions, questioning the actions of other people, and questioning, is that the spider dude? Hold on. And questioning what the fuck just happened and how it happened, when it happened. and all that. I don't think people are having the awakenings that you might be having where you're getting more spiritually connected, you're feeling more in tune with your guides, you're feeling more intuitively guided or psychically empowered. Some people are simply waking up to their own bullshit and recognizing themselves as humans and looking in the goddamn mirror and are far from being on their spiritual journey or refining their spiritual gifts when they're literally barely working on themselves. So it's going to look different for everyone. But yeah, there's a lot of progress happening, but not necessarily a ton of awakening in the same way that some of us are within the community. So let me look up. I don't know who that is. Wow, so they're aliens. It's like group? Oh yeah, they're like totally aliens. What the fuck? They're giant. Yeah, they're fucking aliens. Yeah. You're new here. I definitely channel aliens. I think that could be a very interesting reading. Um, yeah, that's cool. Interesting that you would bring that up. I love that. I would say not presently, but yeah, my mystery deck is for my extraterrestrial channel messages and oh, nice. You stream? I didn't even realize. Probably should have known because the name's cool. But yeah, I do alien. I was just doing some kind of like alien stuff right before this, like chat break. The main reading tonight was with my mystery deck, which I reserve for galactic readings. Gods, goddesses, guides, and galactics. But most of the time it's galactics, which also bleeds into twin flame readings because those are cosmic connections. So we come to find out from the aliens themselves. I like denoted that deck to be for God. Well, I got the deck used, and after sitting with it, it was like, oh yeah, these are for the higher beings, higher self connections, gods, goddesses, guides, galactics. Like it was shown to me, felt it, whatever. Turns out, very much the galactics, totally into me. The conspiracy of it all. We'd love that shit over here. So a lot of times it is just like the aliens, but this over last winter around this time, a year ago, was using the mystery deck to do some channeled readings, and it was like, you're doing a twin flame reading. And I was like, what the fuck? No, I'm not going to be one of those readers. I'm not going to do this. I'm not doing twin flame readings. We're not getting into this. And they're like, listen, you think you're going to do extraterrestrial channeling? You think you're going to do alien connections? You think you're going to do galactic guides? And you think that you are not going to do twin flame readings? And it was like, what do you mean? And like, we mean exactly that. That's what twin flame connections are. There's no mystery to it. It's just cosmic, so it's very far apart. It takes a long time to bring together, and it might span lifetimes before you see each other again. It's beautiful, and it takes a lot, and it's perfect because it does go on forever, kind of thing. It's crazy, crazy. We learn so much. No, I wouldn't worry about that. They're not faking shit. Why the fuck would they fake an alien invasion? They're not going to fake anything. The aliens already invaded. There's nothing to fake. There's no reason to be public about it. They've been trying to keep it under wraps for a long time. You should watch some of the streams from this week. We did a lot of this. I get really into conspiracy. Really into conspiracy. Some of the stuff that comes up during the streams, like Jesus being a hybrid, all of us having hybrid DNA. Stemming from, yeah, no, I mean the Mayans, like any language that has an X in it. So you think Greek society that had a lot of deities, a lot of gods and goddesses. Same with like the Mayans or the Aztecs. When you start seeing X pop up in the languages, that's when there was definitely context. So think about people like Alexander the Great, Alexander Hamilton. Like there was something to it. There was something to it. But yeah, like you'll really like some of this stuff that I got going on over here. So I have to roll an ad in 2 minutes. Okay, tell us your nerdy joke. Yeah, of course. I don't know how. Because I smoke weed and I'm okay, not a bird. I don't know. Tell me. How do I know I'm a hybrid? Anticipation. Are we getting a punchline? About to clock out. I was like, dude, I got 2 minutes. Okay, I have a minute till the pre-roll ads. So I'm gonna roll the ad and come back and wrap it up and anticipate this joke. So I'll be right back. All right, here I am back to the chat. And also, yeah, I didn't even realize how late it was, y'all. It's supposed to be 4 hours and 20 minutes, so I hit the ball one more time, but we're going to be wrapping it up. So, any last minute questions that aren't going to be totally complicated answers unless you want to do a stream later in the week. I do have a stream planned for Friday. I don't know if that means Thursday or Friday because I stream like so late where it's like I'll be streaming Saturday morning or Friday morning. I need to work that out with myself. Which day I'm going to start the party, the 26th into the 27th, or start at the 27th into the 28th. I don't really know yet. We're making up for Janice's birthday. You know, I'm very vague about that, and I kind of refer to all time zones as my own because I'm a time traveler, and I'm bad at being anonymous. I don't know why I'm even talking. I would worry not for my time zone, as I am in any time zone that my time is zoned in. Okay. When your baker parents made you, there was a high bread on a shelf. You better believe it. I don't think that's a nerdy joke. Dorky at best. I was expecting intelligence to be needed. I think that's what constitutes a joke is nerdy. No offense. As a nerd, I take offense. I'm just kidding. I don't even, it's okay. It almost sounds more like a riddle or tongue twister. Hey, it's 4:20 on 4 hours and 20 minutes that I've been streaming. Weed's legal where I'm at, or I wouldn't be allowed to do it on Twitch, so put it that way. Gotta be one of those time zones, eh? I love Pred too. And I love weed. Happy 420. Always find reasons to celebrate. I understand that it might be immature of me to literally look at the clock or look at the time or like get a receipt and be like, oh my god, 420. But why not take a moment to praise life, to like be grateful for what you have and to partake in something you enjoy and to collectively have a moment with other people who enjoy it with you. Just saying. I actually had a very short run. I might try to revive it someday. I got a lot going on, and I have so much work that I do as an individual, and I know I bring it up a lot, but it's like very hard, especially having PMDD, where sometimes I just have weeks off my life. Can't really do anything. So I have a lot of things going on, but I made like a really... Me too! I'm really glad you were here. It's been so fun. I was going to end the stream like 30 minutes ago, and I was like, you know what? I'm really enjoying this tiny coffee cups person. I'm going to stick it out a little longer because you were asking great questions. And I was like, okay, you're actually like interested and cool. Loved your vibe from the start. So totally about it. But I am wrapping it up at this point. Yeah. I don't remember what the fuck I was just saying. My hair looks so funny today. I'm not even gonna lie. That's why I was wearing my headphones half the time. It was partially to channel music for fucking entities, but it was partially because I just felt like my hair looked so like just like a little kid, little boy. That's why I was like, Lolita, if she got revenge for sure, because I felt like a fucking child. Anyways, I literally don't remember what I was just saying, and that's usually the point of the night where it's like, yeah, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. If you want, if you don't have anything else to do, or if nobody else is really streaming right now, you can always start from the top. This stream had some, it wasn't as hardcore of a channeled alien message as some of my other ones are, and there was, in the past 2 weeks, a couple of the streams that came up were hardcore, like, alien conspiracy shit. Tonight wasn't really like that, but I used my mystery deck, so it was a really good, insightful reading. And then we did a love reading. You may have come. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It almost does look fake, right? Like it's a helmet. I'm like, what the fuck? I love that you said, "Is that your hair?" It looks really good. Thank you. I washed it. I put it in braids, and it's just short right now. And because, like, even without the earrings, you can see the braids, but, like, not really. And with the earrings, you can't see them at all. So it just looks like I have this weird bowl cut. Like, I just cannot stop looking like John Lennon. It's more like eating a fucking John today. But yeah, goofy stuff. Cool. Yeah, because I totally stopped mid sentence just now and got like squirrel moment. So I think I'm gonna go. I'm a little torn. Y'all are keeping me vibing, and I love when we get to the chance to talk and not have the pressure of doing tarot and getting to know each other and being able to talk openly. Um, was saying this a lot earlier that this definitely fulfills like a certain social need I have because it's like socially unacceptable to talk about weird conspiracies or aliens like in social settings. So I'm glad we all get to collectively get together. So when you start talking about stuff that I love talking about, it's very hard. Where it's like it's a bit later than I want it to be. I usually try to start my streams around 9 p.m. Central Time. Or I'm sorry, 9 p.m. Pacific Time. But it's more like 9 p.m. More like 10 Central. I don't know what I'm saying. They've been starting super late. I've been starting late as fuck lately. So it's just like a bit later now than I thought it was or wanted to be or would be if I started more promptly. Um, Thanks. I kind of get that too, right? I totally see what you're saying. The picture's so old. It's actually not that old. It's from like a year ago. It's funny how much I change my look all the time. It's not funny. I'm a bit of a shapeshifter. It's my Scorpio rising. I just like gotta always be unrecognizable and in disguise, right? It's cute. Yeah, I like that picture. It's not really reminiscent. It's funny because like I'm very rarely ever have like long natural colored hair. I very rarely have. I think I'm wearing those plain purple glasses. They're actually glow in the dark, but you can't tell in the picture. I rarely wear plain clothes, solid colors, especially not royal blue. I don't think I'm really wearing makeup in that photo because it's like lights on behind the scenes thing. I remember I took that. I didn't use it for anything but my Twitch profile picture because it's so far from what I usually look like. And I'm not dressed up and I don't have makeup on or an outfit that I put together. It's literally just like I'm in a tank top with a sweatshirt and took like a behind the scenes picture. And that's that profile picture. I'm looking like Belle. I think that's my Taurus sun really shining through though. Tauruses are far from boring, but some of them aesthetically are very simple. But like some of the most iconic artists in history are Tauruses. So we are by no means actually boring, but like that kickback aesthetic, definitely my Taurus vibes. Whereas all this bullshit is my Aquarius moon, I think. And my need to continuously change the way I look and be constantly in disguise would probably be my Scorpio rising, yeah. But then me telling you that and not trying to deceive anyone, my Mercury in Aries. Very honest, very upfront. It's like people accuse me of being manipulative, and I'm like, man, isn't the whole point of manipulating someone not telling them what you're trying to make them do? If I'm telling you what I want and I'm asking you to do something for me, am I manipulating you into doing it? Or are you just voluntarily doing it and now you're mad? It makes no sense to me. Like, can you be honest and manipulative? Or is at that point I'm just persuasive and I'm sorry I convinced you to do something? You never had to, and I made it very clear what my intentions were and that you didn't have to participate, and yet you did. Stop saying I'm manipulative. How is that? Hello. You feel dumb. That's not my fault. That's your fault. You should not feel dumb. You should feel honored that I would betroth you with such trust. Quite honestly. Okay, this felt random, but like it's true or false. True or false. My triple fixed self is just like, excuse me. Never once did I lie. How did I manipulate you if I never lied? It's like, didn't you? No. Laugh for what? You know? Fuck. What are those emojis? You're laughing at me or laughing with me? You said you're a Pisces. That makes so much sense. Not really at all. But like, yeah. Totally. 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 That's a hilarious little tidbit I threw in there. I'm not really sure where that came from. Okay, yeah. I'm getting that vibe. Like I said, y'all are making it super fun. Who are the other people lurking? Who else is on here at fucking 4 in the freaking whatever witching hours fucking came and went? I should still go. It's like ups and downs. I think I just want to go chill so I'm not totally exhausted and don't have to sleep forever. Um, but because we just met, I'm delighted. And also, I feel like this is a super tourist quality. So just like even when you're like, I gotta go, it's like the one area I procrastinate in is my goodbyes and my good nights and my good lucks and whatnot because if I'm on the phone with someone, I pretty much wait for them to hang up on me, no matter how badly I want to get off the phone, unless I'm like agitated or like really in a hurry and I'm like, all right, gotta go. Or I've learned it in the past few years to just hang up, cut people off because I'm always like a staller or but it's always with other people, you know? No, I'm always running late to things. It's not that I stall, I just take my time, I think. I'm not sure. Are they blocked people or something? I don't know what you mean. But yeah, I mean, at the party, I'll be the last one there. I'll be the last one to show up, but then I'll be the last one to leave because I'm gonna help you clean up and make sure everything's good before I'm out. Oh, yeah. Well, I feel like I use Twitch Studio Beta, and sometimes the numbers are just off. It's like, who knows who the fuck is watching me without you watching me? The anti-stalker status. Yeah. Go listen to Hounds of Love. Listen to this reading from the beginning. Listen to your heart. Listen to my album. Listen to my podcast. Probably don't. Podcast wasn't that good. It's just on SoundCloud anyway. So I was like, I refuse to be a part of Spotify's bullshit or Apple's icon. Stubborn. So it didn't go anywhere. Plus, one man podcast, not the most interesting thing. Even though I can stream and talk like to myself, even when no one's in the chat with me. Oh, creepy. I wonder if 15 people are actually. Oh, that'd be weird. It says 5. There's actually like 15 people there. That'd be weird. Um, Yeah, so even if no one's talking to me, I can do a tarot stream, and I have done all the tarot videos where I'm just talking. But as a podcast, it's such a different context to just listen to one person talk. Hey, I'm not doing any more tarot tonight, by the way, Mango. Um, can tell by the box. I'm wrapping it up. I've been saying I'm leaving for like an hour. Does anybody want to raid anybody, or should we just go? I could give a fuck less. I don't even. It's not that I don't want to. It's that I feel like there's only a few people, and it's late, and I don't even know that anybody would really be streaming right now. So goofy. Oh my god. Okay, we're not raiding anyone. I think we're all gonna go to bed now or get on with our days. I'm not really sure. So, I think I might skip tonight. I think I'm gonna spend some time with some people, right? And then, well, then again, could be a snow thing. I don't think I'll be streaming tonight. I don't know about Thursday, and then Friday's the party. So, seance. Oh, what? I don't feel like rating anyone, honestly. I'm sure she is. Y'all should go see her on Twitch or whatever. Um, I love you all so much. Thanks for keeping me company all night. This was really fun. Yeah, next time for sure. I want to be able to sustain better and plan better. I need to start my streams earlier. Um, Last night I started my stream like 2.5 hours later than I typically do. Tonight was like an hour and a half later than I typically do. So my intention is to be an hour earlier than I typically do, not an hour later. So then I can sustain longer and raid people and be comfortable and have a good time. Love you so much. You know, I am that bitch, and I am about to roll another fucking 3 minutes ahead because why not get a little bit of change before we fucking call it? So I'm sorry, but if you are a sub, you never have to watch ads. Anyways, I love y'all so much. So I'm not coming back, but mwah, thank you. I love you, and I hope I see you again. Looks can be deceiving. I'm not actually back. I'm just here to say one more time thank you for tuning in. Hopefully, you come back Friday for our big replacement birthday bash for Janice's that we missed on the 19th. And one more good night and good luck until then. I love you, I love you, I love you, and thank you. Until next time.